Commissioner Thompson? Are you present?
I'm present.
Thank you. Commissioner Timmons? Commissioner Vigil?
Here.
Vice Chair Wade?
Here.
Chair Stringer?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum. You have 3 commissioners absent.
Next, I will have consider a motion to adopt the agenda, which is pretty simple today.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so moved.
Second,
I'll second.
may we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote? Commissioner Surton?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes.
Commissioner Modi? Commissioner Musharrafi? Commissioner Patton? Commissioner Rader?
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Timmons? Commissioner Vigil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes.
Thank you. So our first and only item on the agenda is the deliberation and decision in the matter of proposed amendments to the standards of interstate and interstate surface waters, also known as 20.644 INMAC. So just a few housekeeping items first. This is our first hybrid meeting, and we've done everything we possibly can to ensure that the technology works. But if we have any problems, we'll address those as they arise. But we have tested this and hope that everyone participating virtually is able to hear us clearly, and any commissioners that are joining us virtually will be able to hear them. Our counsel Sanchez is also present or here attending, participating virtually. I plan to have a couple breaks at lunch so that we have an opportunity to take a break. So I'll time those at the usual times, but if anyone would like to request a break, just let me know. So we're here, the petition to hear the standards. The petition was filed in August of 2020. The hearing was conducted in July of 2021. 2 commissioners were absent during the hearings, one of whom is present for today's deliberations, Commissioner Candelaria. He was provided a copy of the transcripts and the record and is participating in the deliberations as allowed per regulations. Commissioner Candelaria, can you confirm that you received the transcript?
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you. So with that, quick reminder that we are, as a commission, we shall adopt water quality standards for surface and groundwaters of the state based on credible scientific data and other evidence appropriate under the Water Quality Act. The standards shall include narrative standards as appropriate, the designated uses of the waters, and the water quality criteria necessary to protect such uses. The standards shall at a minimum protect the public health or welfare, enhance the quality of water, and serve the purposes of the Water Quality Act. Making the standards, we shall give weight it deems appropriate to all facts and circumstances, including the use and value of the water for water supplies, propagation of fish and wildlife, and recreational purposes, and agricultural, industrial, and other purposes. So that is what we're doing here today. So for the process that we'll follow, I think the best thing that I came up with was to generally follow the hearing officer's report. There's a few exceptions to that where the topics overlap and we need to consider some of the items more as a group. The primary example of that is contaminants of emerging concern. So when we get to that one, we can look at those items more as a group. I can explain when we get to that point, but generally speaking, I think we'll just follow the hearing officer's report. As I understand it, we'll vote on each section as we go through the hearing officer's report and adopt it accordingly based on the statement of reasons as discussed and deliberated here today. Before we get started on the deliberations of the first section, any questions or comments on the process or any comments? So if we'll turn to if that was open from the beginning. Bear with me, sorry, I lost my place. Can't find it. There we go.
Just keep everybody muted.
Oh, one reminder I do have is that this is the deliberation process and public comments were accepted at the hearing, so there will not be an opportunity for the public to comment during this deliberation process. However, of course, the public is invited to observe the deliberations. All right, so I am going to simply start on here, page, I guess, one of the hearing officer's report or attachment A to the hearing officer's report.
Page 21.
Yeah, I don't have to.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I would like, what are the parameters that the commissioners can do? Can we just approve or reject the proposed modifications in the proposed language? Or can we introduce language of our own?
Commissioner Thompson, I'll certainly look to Council Sanchez to clarify, but it's my understanding that we can approve as suggested the choices that we've been given in the hearing officer's report and also propose additional language as long as it's based on the evidence in the record. Council Sanchez, is that a correct response?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. I think that's essentially correct. What we have really, well, my perspective is that we have NMED, who was the petitioner, proposing amendments to the surface water quality standards, and then a number of parties who appeared and issued comments or and provided testimony on those. I think the way to approach this is to essentially follow 20.6.4 sequentially, and then consider the proposed changes by the by the department with due consideration to the comments made or objections, and if appropriate, by the parties appearing of record. I would be a little cautious about introducing wholly different language. I think if it's a logical outgrowth of what the what NMED proposed, I think that would be the safer route to go. It's a question of notice to the public. If the commission starts considering changes to the standards that were not considered during the hearing or were a logical outgrowth of that, we may have some due process problems.
Okay, thank you, Council Sanchez. So we'll work within those parameters.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor.
Commissioner Thompson. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think before we start getting into the deliberation, NMED made a number of post-hearing changes and edits that are in the hearing officer's report. I don't think any of the parties had any objections to those changes or edits. I would suggest that the commission, before it begins deliberation about those matters that may be contested or be at issue, that it adopt those edits and changes. Those appear on, I believe, bear with me, page 2 of the hearing officer's report.
Say that one more time, Council Sanchez, which page?
That's page 2 of the hearing officer's report.
You're talking the digital page, Council Sanchez, correct? Oh, they're numbered separately. Never mind.
It's the number of the page in the officer's report rather than a PDF number.
Right, not of the attachment. So on page 2, it states that NMED has made several post-hearing changes and edits to the proposed amendments to 20.6.4. These edits and changes are summarized as follows, and they're essentially summarized below. And so Council Sanchez is suggesting that we move to adopt these more typographical edits. Commissioner Dominguez.
Madam Chair, if I followed it correctly, what the hearing officer was, the hearing officer worked off Environment Department's final submission 20.6.4, which was Exhibit 141. So those edits that council has referenced are captured in Exhibit 144, 141, and therefore would be captured in the hearing officer's report that we would be working through. So I think they're already built into those final edits are built into the hearing officer's report. So I believe they would be captured as we move through.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. That was my assessment as well. At least when I was doing the review, I didn't reconcile them word for word, but I believe they are captured in the exhibit. So they'll be approved when we approach each of those individual sections. So there's no need to vote on that particular item, and we'll proceed to attachment A of the hearing officer's report. Our first item on for deliberations is basically the purpose, the revised purpose to incorporate climate change. I guess I open the floor for deliberations on this topic, and if you can, please keep your comments limited to 1 or 2 comments per issue. Otherwise, we'll be here for a very extended time. And this is the part that I'm a little new to, so I'll get the hang of how we work through these deliberations. But I open the floor for comments from the commission on the first item, climate change objective. Commissioner Surtees.
Madam Chair, my comment are that I like the way climate change has been entered into the objective by NMED. It's brief and to the point. Other parties proposed that we use more comprehensive language in the objective. That comprehensive language, to my reading, includes really a definition of climate change I personally don't like the idea of putting definitions in the rule except in the definition section. So I don't support, for example, using Amigos Bravos language or any language that would tend to define climate change within the rule and outside of the definition section. So I support the language from NMED as it exists.
Thank you, Commissioner Simpson. Commissioner Slifer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I look at, am I on? I think I'm on.
Red light on.
See you
Kind of have to hold the gray button down.
there. As I looked through this and looked at, I think it was Amigo Bravo's definition, I totally agreed with what the results of climate change are going to be. However, in listening to even our introduction today, we talked about we're here to adopt standards. And frankly, when we're talking about oxygen, temperature, air temperature, these different water temperature, air temperature, when we're talking about those things, we're not talking about trying to change the standards because of climate change. I mean, God forbid that we would lower the standards because of that. I really don't think that's what we're trying to say. Therefore, I totally support what Commissioner Certain is saying. We're here to develop standards, not to make a broad statement. And the way NMED has done it with this very short description under item listed as D on page 1 of the report, I like that as well. And Commissioner Certain, I believe that's what you were saying. Is that accurate? So very much so. I that's the statement I would go with.
Thank you, Commissioner Slifer. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To build off of a little bit of what Commissioner Cipher mentioned there, and I'm going to pose more of a question along with a comment, is when you look at 20.6.4.6A under the objective, and in the chair read that to begin with, Part A describes what the objective of this impact is. It's to set standards and to establish anti-degradation policy for any types of potential issues that cause water quality problems. So it's very broad. This commission's responsibility is to address any water quality problems through standards. So my question is, and this is not to get into the climate change debate, my concern is not there. It's the fact, if you look at A, it's talking about addressing all water quality issues. What's being proposed with D is we have picked out one issue that potentially causes water quality issues. And is the commission potentially going to set a precedent for parties then to come back and ask for, well, we need to put a statement in about hard rock mining, or we need to put in a statement about oil and gas exploration. Because if you look at the proposed D, and if you take out words climate change and insert anything else. You take out climate change and insert hard rock mining or oil and gas exploration. It has the same meaning towards those potential issues that could cause water quality. So what my question is for the commission to think about it is, are we setting a precedent that will open the door for petitioners to come back and ask for something else to be inserted in there, and we eventually wind up with this laundry list of potential issues that cause water quality issues, even though Part A has already stipulated it covers everything. The objective covers everything. So what I'm throwing out there is not an argument about climate change. It's a process question related to what should go under objective under impact. This is a structural issue for how impacts are written. Usually objectives are pretty tight knit. So I just throw that out there. Want to make clear I'm not making an argument on climate change. I'm more addressing potential setting of a precedent at the end. Just opens that door. And if somebody comes back and asks for oil and gas exploration to be added, it'll be pretty tough for us to go, well, that's already covered under Section A. And no, that's not important because we've already made a determination on one single doubt. I want to call it an event, but a potential issue for causing water quality issues. So not to complicate this simple process, what we're starting with there, but that just gives me pause. I'm thinking ahead down the road. The people that may follow in our shoes, what they may be stuck with having to try to deal with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Rader.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So first, I want to just agree with Commissioner Sturton Cipher on the Mexico Environment Department getting the definition or objective. I think that is appropriate. I think it covers what it needs to do. I'd like to engage a little bit with Commissioner Dominguez's remarks there. I think I'm personally not concerned about a slippery slope when it comes to acknowledging climate change as an objective within the water quality standards. I think in particular because we can draw a distinction between some of the examples Commissioner Sturton brought up with a particular industry or a particular activity versus climate change, which really represents an existential global threat that is the culmination of countless activities across the entire planet. So I think in that respect, it is very unique. It is a very unique circumstance that we're living under, a trajectory that we're locked into over time. And it's very important to set a foundation in these water quality standards so that we can have these regulations react appropriately over time as scientific findings continue to evolve with the impacts of climate change that we expect to see over time, the adaptation and resilience efforts that will need to accompany those changes. So again, just to kind of recap, I really do believe that climate change is such a unique circumstance and such a unique situation that we find ourselves in that it really does sort of separate itself and stand apart from some of these potential other activities or industries that may present a concern to water quality standards, but in and of themselves would be covered under the objectives.
Thank you, Commissioner Rader. Commissioner Sturton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add to Commissioner Rader's comments about the uniqueness of climate change compared to some of the other examples of industries or activities that may impact water quality. I would argue that climate change is also unique because of the way climate change is viewed by some people, not really recognizing it fully as the potential impact that it is, and whether people truly believe that it exists, or that it happens, or that it does harm to the environment in general, and potentially to water quality more specifically. I think the other examples that Commissioner Dominguez listed are more generally accepted as impacts to water quality, whereas climate change, whether for personal, political, or potentially scientific reasons, is not as widely recognized as a potential impact. And I think for that reason, it needs to be called out.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
I wanted to agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Dominguez's comments. I think that climate change is a significant concern, but this is not the appropriate place to do it. Amendments to the water quality standards are not where these changes should be made. We are already charged to protect water regardless of why, and we don't think that there needs to be an expansive, exhaustive list of why we're protecting water quality.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would agree with Commissioner Rader's comments. I think this climate change is significant enough and unique enough. It's not a description of an industry that impacts water quality. It's more comprehensive and broader than that, and it's global. And for those reasons, I support establishing it as an objective of the water quality standards. It is consistent with the water quality management plan and continuing planning process, which incorporate the climate change and also supports the anti-degradation process. For those reasons, I support including it as an objective water quality standards. Do I have a motion for consideration?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to consider adopting the proposed language by NMD. Can you read that? All right.
Commissioner Dominguez.
All right. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt the objective for from NMD to adopt an objective focusing on climate change.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And Pam, shall we have a roll call vote on the motion to adopt?
Yes. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
No.
Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Modi, Commissioner Musharrafi, Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
No.
Commissioner Thompson,
No.
Commissioner Timmons, Commissioner Vigil, Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Chair Stringer, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 votes in the affirmative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 no votes and 3 commissioners absent.
It's my understanding that 6 votes is what we need to pass the motion. Council Sanchez, can you please confirm?
Madam Chair, I believe a majority should be sufficient.
Given that, the motion to adopt NMB's language to incorporate climate change into the standards is approved. Okay. Next item is including the definition of 4Q3. I'm on page 6 of attachment A of the hearing officer's report, 20.6.4.7. 4Q3 means the critical low flow is determined by the minimum average flow in 4 consecutive days, like the version of the for 1 to 3 years. Fine, so sorry. And I open this item up for deliberations, comments. Commissioner Jimenez.
Madam Chair, to help speed up the process since I logged it out. This particular item that the Environment Department proposed really had no opposition. And so I would make a motion to adopt proposed language under 20.6.4.7A as proposed.
Jared, second vote.
Thank you. Shall we have a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton? Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams? Commissioner Modi? Commissioner Musharafi? Commissioner Patton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rader?
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons? Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the next section, attainable use. Revisions indicated in the hearing office report. I won't read them each time. I open the floor for deliberations or motion for consideration. Commissioner Dominguez.
I'm sorry.
Any discussion? With that, I'll make a motion to adopt the NMED language as proposed. Second. Chair, I'll second the motion. Shall we have a roll call vote?
Let's get close to the microphone this way. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote? Commissioner Surton? Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams? Commissioner Modi? Commissioner Musharafi? Commissioner Patton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rader? Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons? Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Next item is including the definition of base load. Any comments or deliberation on this language? Commissioner Dominguez.
Madam Chair, more of a question than opposed to the commission again. This term was proposed, and as it was pointed out by some of the parties, the definition that's being proposed is not actually used within this particular impact. When you go to the state record center's guidelines on developing impacts definitions or stipulated for words that are used within the rule. So my question for the commission, although I know there gets to be overlap with impacts that environment department and this commission oversees. My question is it a good practice for us to start branching out and defining things, placing things within definitions that are not actually utilized within it? More of a question, comment that we're somewhat butting heads with state rules and policy on impact.
That conclude your comment.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheridan.
Madam Chair, in this instance, I think I have to agree with Commissioner Dominguez. My contracts analyst, who I've worked with for 13 years, would have my head if she knew I was supporting putting a definition in a rule when the word doesn't even exist in the rule. We're being technical here. I'm just not sure the Environment Department made a good enough case for how adding the definition will help. Will help with implementation of the water quality standards. Maybe we needed to go into more detail about that, but I just can't get past putting this definition in when it doesn't really help clarify water quality standards.
Thank you, Commissioner. I looked into this matter as well, and I do agree that technically speaking, including a definition that's not used in the regulations is somewhat problematic. I think it brings clarity to the application of how we determine compliance with water quality standards, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's appropriate to include in the regulations. I think there are other alternatives to incorporate it into the water quality management plan and continuing planning process, as well as NMEC noted, they've incorporated the definition into the documents that describe how it's applied. So I agree that technically speaking, this is not the appropriate place for it. Although, again, I want to comment that it would bring clarity and consistency to how the term is used across the broad spectrum of water, implementing of water quality standards. that, do I have a motion?
I don't know who Madam Chair, I don't know who I'm actually asking this question of. But is there a place that would be a much better placement of this in a definition section or appendix?
Commissioner, so the proposal is to incorporate it into the definitions of the water quality standards. I might be misunderstanding your question.
Yes, with no reference to the section it's intended to affect. Do I understand that correctly? I mean, there's no place to refer to this specifically.
Correct. That it is not used anywhere else in the water quality standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Stringer.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I agree with you that I think this would be much more appropriate in the water quality management plan or the CPP. And so therefore I would make a motion that we do not include the definition of base flow in the water quality standards.
Madam Chair, I would second that motion and only modify it to the extent that the numbering does get affected later because of this proposal. So I would second that we check this, all of the renumbering within the section.
The modified motion, do I have a second for the revised motion?
Second.
And shall we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Modi, Commissioner Musharrafi, Commissioner Patton, Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons, Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade, Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Madam Chair, while you finish up your notes, the part of things there, just kind of a follow-up comment by Chair Wade. Pointing out to remembering that's going to happen as we move through these things. Although it may be good for the commission to point that out, I don't think we actually have to try to reconcile it. The department will have to reconcile the mess that we make of it whenever they formalize the final impact. So I think it's helpful that we do point it out, but I don't think it's necessarily the commission's responsibility to try to keep track of it, although you may wish to.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez.
And again, to reiterate this, I fully understand what the department was trying to do of clarifying for the big picture. I've done a lot of rulemaking within my career with the department, and there's a box that we're always typically held again for constructing. Starting to branch outside those boxes just to be a little bit of an issue. So fully understand the department's intent. As Commissioner Thompson pointed out, there's probably an end around to fit put this in somewhere to make sure it's covered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
In the hearing officers, this is just a sort of a question. In the hearing officer's report, at the end of each modification, he has provided us with possible language explaining our action. And I wondered, do we need to, as we take these motions and vote on them, do we need to consider whether or not his recommended language reflects our thinking?
Very good question. Commissioner Dominguez, would like to weigh in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I expected that question to arise sometime during this. Historically speaking, the commission's primary role is to adopt or reject proposed language that was presented during the hearing. That's the commission's primary role. What Commissioner Thompson is alluding to, that the hearing officer did a nice job of adding that. It's one of the first times I've actually seen it done that comprehensively. But truthfully, it's not the commission's role to write the statement of reasons as we move through these 3 days. The statement of reasons will fall upon the commission's counsel and/or chair or whoever else volunteers. So from an efficiency standpoint of the commission's time, I think it's better for us to focus on what's proposed. And the statement of reasons is an after effect. I think most of the time it's going to be an easy check mark, unless something gets really convoluted that has to be looked at closer. But I think if we try to work through each of the proposed statements of reasons, we're likely to be here more than 3 days. So I'll offer that up for what it's worth. Thank you, I'm sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. I was working under similar assumption that Councilor Sanchez is present and participating or hearing the deliberations and is accounting for that and will incorporate any necessary comments into the statement of reasons based on our deliberations to formulate the final statement of reasons. So I'd like to give Councilor Sanchez an opportunity to weigh in on that to make sure we're all in agreement with how the statement of reasons will be developed before we move too far forward.
Chair Stringer, Commissioner Dominguez, I concur with both of you. I will, in the instance where there is a need to articulate a rationale for either the adoption or particularly a rejection of NMED's proposed amendments to the water quality standards, I will include those in the final document.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. And I would just also like to acknowledge my gratitude and appreciation for Commissioner Dominguez's help through this process. Since this is new to me, I appreciate the support and the guidance that you've given on the record. Okay, moving on to the next topic, which is the incorporation of a climate
Chair
definition.
Stringer,
Yes.
Chair Stringer, this is Councilor Sanchez. So the record is clear. Can I suggest that as you go through the proposed amendments that you refer to the particular section or subsection of 20.6.4 and ideally to the page of the hearing officer's report so we're clear about what changes the commission is considering or deliberating?
Councilor Sanchez, I understand what you're asking. The hearing officer's report, the way it's structured makes that slightly difficult, but I think if I get both the standards and the hearing officer's report next to each other, we can accommodate that request. Give me just a second to get organized, and I will be sure to cite as you suggest. Try to go fully virtual for all of this or electronic, and I found it impossible. So I did have to hurt a few trees and all of this. So we're still in the terms. So the next section that we are going to deliberate is 20.6.4.7. B2. Yes, B2. Including the definition of climate change. I open the floor for deliberation. Commissioner Rader.
Madam Chair, I have a preference for the CCW GRIP definition, which is very similar to the definition proposed by NME. But I believe the last sentence more accurately characterizes climate change, especially in the means by which we're going to experience it during the course of human existence. So I would like to just state that I believe it's a more accurate characterization, and I have a preference for the WGRIP.
Thank you, Commissioner Rader. Commissioner Surton.
Madam Chair, since I objected to putting the pseudo definition of climate change up in the objectives section, thought I should chime in and say since that passed, and climate change will be included, that language will be included in the objectives. I do feel we need a definition, so I generally support the addition of a definition. I actually prefer the Environment Department's definition. I certainly understand the interest of other parties in putting language in the definition that indicates that climate change is due primarily to anthropogenic consequences or activities. In this case, and I personally believe that. In this case, though, I don't think that really necessarily helps clarify the definition in such a way to be particularly useful to surface water quality standards, or I'm sorry, to water quality standards. So I think I'm going to support this somewhat more conservative definition as proposed by you.
Thank you, Commissioner Surton. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I concur with Commissioner Sherman's comments regarding the proposed language by Environment Department. Definitions by their nature need to be as concise and clear. And I think Environment Department's language has got it whittled down to something that's specific for what the need is. Although I understand some of the other parties' proposals, some of the additional proposed language starts to morph a little bit more into a statement and a definition. And I think the reason for a definition is to provide clarity for how it's used within a document. I think what the Environment Department has proposed does that. I think when we get to trying to say too much, it, rather than provide clarity, it kind of and becomes a little bit more mushy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner McWilliams.
Just to add to that comment, I wanted to point out that after review of the record and during the hearing, it was very debatable that there was a lot of real evidence that was put forth into the record to support an expanded definition. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Commissioner. The commissioners?
Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I would move that we accept the definition as proposed by NMED on hard copy page 11.
Madam Chair, I would second that motion.
Thank you. Shall we have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson, sorry.
I would like, and perhaps it's too late, I just wasn't quick enough with the mute button. I would suggest that we eliminate the second sentence in this definition, the sentence that reads climate change may be due to natural processes or human caused changes of the atmosphere or combination of the two. I don't think that adds to the definition. And we need to remember, these are water quality standards. Whatever might cause climate change is irrelevant. So I would propose that we strike that second sentence.
I would accept that friendly amendment. That's the person that did the motion.
So do I have a second for the friendly amendment? Yes.
I would oppose that motion. I believe that it's very important for us, especially considering that we are setting a foundation for future consideration of climate change, to acknowledge that we are living in a time in which we are having to anticipate that we are facing accelerated climate change, which is where the anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions aspect comes from, where human caused changes is contemplated for the NMED definition. When we're thinking about naturally caused climate change, we're considering things like a supervolcano, considering things like a slow shift of the Earth's tilt, which I don't think is especially relevant and has a very different type of impact in terms of climate, as opposed to what we're contemplating here under this sort of human-caused climate change. And so I think that the natural flow of that, as that will progress throughout time and how these water quality standards will adjust, will be anticipating that the climate change impacts that we're going to be experiencing will be accelerated, they will be variable, and they will have a different nature to them and have different resilience activities attached to them. So I do not agree with the motion to eliminate.
Thank you for that. Procedurally, we have a motion on the table that has been opposed, an amended motion on the table that's been opposed. And we guys still look for a second.
Commissioner, Chairman Stringer, I would like to second the amended
Motion to strike the last sentence of the definition. So we have an amended motion and it's seconded. Shall we have a roll call?
Chair, could we have a little more discussion, please?
Sorry.
Just to get it on record.
Yes, please proceed with discussion of the motion on the table.
So I also oppose elimination of that second sentence. I think there is a real need for at least mentioning human caused changes in the definition. If all the changes, if climate change was solely the result of natural processes, we wouldn't be talking about it in the context of these water quality standards. So calling out the potential for human caused changes, I think, is important, even though I didn't think it was necessary to call it out as the primary reason for climate change, I think it needs to stay in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sturton. Commissioner Candelaria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also have to say that I agree with opposing the eliminating the second sentence for the definition for climate change, just because I feel like the human cause portion is pretty important to the definition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wade.
Thank you. In rereading the objective, I know that the objective itself doesn't mention any specific cause as to climate change. It just basically states that it exists. I think that that's what affects water quality in general. So we pointed out in these standards is just that water quality standards that are degraded necessarily point to a cause. So I understand Commissioner Thompson's logic, and I would support.
Thank you, Commissioner Wade. So I'll make a comment here as well. I think it's important to keep the last sentence of this definition for the reasons that have already been stated by other commissioners. On record for that. I still think we need to do the roll call vote.
Okay, Chair Stringer, can you just, for my clarification, restate the motion and the second? That's so I have the names, please.
Commissioner Pfeiffer initiated the motion
Okay.
to adopt, revised motion to adopt the proposal, yet striking the last sentence of the definition. And Commissioner McWilliams seconded the motion.
Thank you. Okay, so for a roll call, Commissioner Candelaria? Commissioner Sturton?
No.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams? Commissioner Modi? Commissioner Musharrafi? Commissioner Patton? Commissioner Rader? Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons? Commissioner Vigil? Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer? Madam Chair, you have 2, 3, 4, 5 noes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yes, with 3 commissioners absent.
So the motion passes.
Correct.
Commissioner Sykes.
Just really liked in our discussions early today on climate change, what Commissioner Dominguez said, and that is there's so much debate and division over climate change, and I'm not arguing climate change at all. What I am simply saying is, as you introduced this meeting, it is about standards, and we can make all of our opinions, all of our political statements, whatever, even the scientific merits of climate change. But I just wanted to go on record saying that isn't why I voted today the way I voted on climate change. It's just that this particular document, standards, is not where this public court of opinion should reside.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just respectfully share my opinion on the record that I feel it is so important, especially in the natural resource and environmental space, to ensure that our regulations are following the reality that we are experiencing, and the reality that we are experiencing an existential threat and change to our natural processes for decades to come is very important to contemplate, even if we are not taking affirmative action in these regulations currently to be able to address it. And so I think, again, that It is not necessarily a matter of making a political statement or having a public, sort of public opinion discussion, but really understanding that the reality that we are facing is reality, and that we need to be able to prepare future commissions to be able to discuss and to address this issue as it evolves, and that it is important to take that first step here. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate the point that, the adoption of incorporation of climate change into the standards is extremely important given the significance and the impacts to water quality. And a component of the standards is to state what the purpose is. And I believe the purpose of adopting appropriate standards is to ensure that we're protecting against threats to our water quality, such as climate change. And we need to make sure we're very clear in that purpose in the standards. Next item up for consideration is 20.6.4.7E NMAC, effluent dominated. And it's adopting the definition of effluent dominated. E2. Opening the floor for deliberations. Commissioner Section.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose putting this definition, surface water quality standards, because the term effluent dominated is not used anywhere else outside of potentially the definition section of this rule. Further, there was concern by other parties, including Amigos Bravos, and including this definition could somehow lead to lesser protections. I think there are a variety of reasons for not including this definition, and I oppose it.
Thank you, Commissioner Secretary. Commissioner McWilliams.
I also oppose adding this definition for the same reason.
I think for consistency's sake, given how we ruled earlier, I think it's appropriate that we do not adopt the definition into the standards that is not actually used in the standards. I open the floor for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm going to reject including the definition for effluent dominated.
Madam Chair, I would second that motion.
Thank you. Pam, roll call vote, please.
Yes. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Modi, Commissioner Musharrafi, Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons, Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
The next item up for consideration is incorporating the definition of emerging contaminant. This one is somewhat related to an item further in the text of the standards. And so I think we can proceed with having the discussion on the definition, but it is related to the other items. So it's a little bit harder to manage, but we'll proceed with deliberating the definition first, see how it intersects with the other proposals. So I open the floor. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, taking the chance of getting removed from the commission, but I'll go out on the limb here. I understand the issue with emerging contaminants. And I think the definition can be achieved. I have concerns with part of the structuring of the language. The first part being the wording, including but not limited to. By the nature of the definition, we're trying to provide clarity. The language, including but not limited to, the first word kind of narrows the focus, and then the second sentence of words opens it up to pretty much anything else, but not limited to. So I went to, the Uniform Statutes and Rules Construction Act, look at items for that type of language. There was not. So fallback that we utilize when there's not items elsewhere is we go to the drafting manual for legislative bills and resulting statutes. They actually talk about including but not limited to, and indicate there's no need to write including but not limited to, because it implies an incomplete list. So the second part, my concern there is because of the language, and I realize some of these that occur in polysubstances is a real concern, and it's negatively impact agriculture in the state, and I have a major concern for it. When we go further of listing pharmaceuticals and personal care products with the language, including but not limited to, any personal care product, whether it be toothpaste, we have now lumped it into an emerging contaminant. And to your further point of where this definition gets utilized later in amendments, it can really get bogged down there if it becomes part of toxic foods. Because then personal care products cannot be in the search bar. By nature of the definition of toxic foods, they can't exist. So I have a concern of the construction of the definition, with the including but not limited to, and then we list several, but not limited to can mean anything else. What I'm struggling with, does this provide clarity for how it's going to be utilized? And I know the EPA has been utilizing similar type language for dealing with emerging contaminants. And so it's something that we do have to deal with. I'm trying to come up with how we have a definition that provides clarity. And my concern is this is so overly broad that it doesn't provide clarity. And when we get to some of the later points in the proposed changes, it may be problematic for those that hold a discharge permit, like wastewater treatment plants, that we could potentially set them up for failure. So I hate to be the one to keep bringing up issues, but some of what we have to look at here is we have to step back and look at it outside the box. So that's what I'm trying to do. Because by the way, it's listed here, the default language implies that all personal care products are emerging contaminants. The way it's structured. I never could get out of the hearing itself the answer of, are all personal care products contaminants? Are all pharmaceuticals contaminants? Or is it the fact that as we fall into the latter part of that definition, that it even points out that it's an emerging process. These all haven't been worked out. Parts of it are inconclusive, have not been fully quantified, may not have regulatory numeric criteria. So the language construction concerns me some. So I want to throw that out there and maybe leave that for further discussion. Unless I muddied the water too much at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Soton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support what Commissioner Dominguez is getting at and indicating the sort of imprecise language in this definition. It seems to me like it would be relatively easy to edit that imprecision out of this definition. I won't do that yet, but when the time comes, if I feel like there's some support to do that, then I can edit that and eventually support a more precise definition.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I have 3 points, and the first one is I've never liked the phrase emerging contaminants, because many of these have been around for decades or are even naturally occurring. We're just now recognizing that they are problematic. So the PFAS, for example, we've been using these for decades, 50 years at least. And it's only in the last few years that we've recognized that this is a potential health problem. So I would greatly prefer contaminants of emerging concern rather than emerging contaminants. My second point is that I do not support listing specific contaminants in this definition. So it lists perfluoroalkyl substances, pharmaceuticals, and personal care products. The environmental analytical chemistry field, every 5 to 10 years comes up with a new class of contaminants. It's the contaminant du jour, I sometimes refer to them as. And so if we did pass this definition, I would suggest we remove those specific contaminants or constituents. My real trouble though is, and this is my third point, is that I think some of the commenters, particularly the triennial comment, makes a really good point that by listing contaminants of emerging concern in the water quality standards, there is the potential for requiring that they monitor these. And I was involved peripherally just a few years ago in a discharge permit where EPA Region 6 required monitoring of every single regulated and potentially regulated constituent. And from a discharge, it had none of these. And so I think that risk that Lannel identifies is a real risk. And so I would object to this definition, and I would object to including this definition in the water quality standards. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson, just to clarify, I didn't quite hear, you object to the inclusion of the entire definition in the standards?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ray?
Madam Chair, thank you. I first want to acknowledge Commissioner Davis's point that I think that I do agree the including but not limited to language is a little bit more expansive, and especially when we're dealing with the definition, we need to provide clarity. I agree with him on that point. I do want to note, however, I do disagree with Commissioner Thompson about the sort of anecdote that using or having these chemicals present in water bodies for many, many years somehow means that they should not be sort of characterized as emerging contaminants. I think there's plenty of anecdotes that we can all make about substances, products that we've used for many years that we did not know had harmful effects on humans until we started paying attention to them. And so I think that there was significant evidence that was provided during the hearing in July that really pointed out that we do really need to be paying more close attention to some of these contaminants that are being raised here. I think also I'd like to raise the point that although pharmaceuticals and personal care products is broad, it is also characterized and hinged on the following language that they may cause significant ecological or human health effects at low concentrations. And so I think that does narrow the scope of the types of personal care products and pharmaceuticals that we are concerned about. I do support including this definition, but I'm open to striking language that includes the including to but not limited to, but not limited to language actually specifically.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I also agree with including this definition. I think the clarification in the definition itself, alluding to that there's evidence of harmful effects, is an important distinction. And then connecting it to the toxic criteria, general criteria, toxic pollutants are also defined in the standard. So I think there's a solution to how that will be addressed in that section under the toxic general criteria to ensure that it's clear that they have to meet the definition of toxic substances in order to be regulated as a toxic pollutant. And I think it's extremely important that we're monitoring what's in our streams. The regulatory process takes a very long time to adopt standards, and I think we need to proactively prepare for future federal regulations that come down, as well as protecting New Mexico streams from contaminants that have caused such adverse effects in our community already. You know, states are addressing a number of emerging contaminants by researching their toxicities. So there's new information coming available, and we need to be agile enough to proactively address those contaminants. And as states establish guidelines and work through sampling methodologies, we need to be able to adapt as well without waiting 5 years to incorporate them into the standards. So I fully support including the definition and express my concerns about having it included in the toxic general criteria as proposed. But I think when we get to that section, we have some solutions to offer for that piece of it. With that, Commissioner Dominguez.
Follow-up comment to what Commissioner Thompson brought up, and I guess ultimately that's where part of my concern lies also is it's not just adopting a definition, it's then how that gets utilized within the body of the rule itself. And if it then morphs into what Commissioner Thompson brought up, that it could then get structured as part of a discharge permit where a discharger has to monitor for any contaminants of concern. Yeah, by the definition we've listed here, we're not positive what the extent of those are, what the numeric criteria would even be to monitor it. So I think it gets to be a very delicate situation of how it gets utilized within the rule itself. And that's going to be something that's likely has to be dealt with down the road. I think it could go both directions depending on how EPA handles things and then how Environment Department decides to pursue review and applying state standards. So with that, I would offer a motion if we're at
I'd like to make one more comment before we consider a motion, which is to just state that the permitting process is public. There's a public participation process associated with the permitting, and there's opportunities to have those specific discussions. But I think it's really important that we incorporate this basis in the standards so that we can have the ability to require monitoring when there is a concern over some of these emerging contaminants. Again, reiterate the negative impacts from the emerging contaminant, the PFAS, perfluorinated compounds group that is occurring in eastern New Mexico right now, and the importance to monitor and know what's in our stream so that we can appropriately regulate it. Commissioner, sir.
Just a quick question. Hopefully it won't turn into more than that. Thank you, Madam Chair. If we're about to entertain a motion, if this motion passes and we accept some definition of emerging contaminants, we are putting ourselves at risk of putting in a definition and then later on not accepting language in the rule of emerging contaminants and then having a definition that doesn't exist anywhere else except in the definitions. Is there a way for us to deal with that if in fact, for whatever reason, we don't accept emerging contaminants as language elsewhere in the rule?
Commissioner Sturgeon, I believe there would be an opportunity when we get to the general criteria for toxic pollutants, when we make the motion for consideration of that, we can include, I think, a reference to then strike the definition if it is adopted at that time. This is a weird one. I wasn't sure how we were gonna handle it, I gotta say, because they're so connected. But that was what I was thinking, is we would consider the definition first. And then that's gonna inform the discussion on toxics criteria. And then we can clean it up, so to speak, at that time. That's acceptable.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vegas?
I would make a motion that we adopt the Environment Department's proposed definition for diversion contaminants with the amendment of striking, starting from after the word contaminants, striking, including but not limited to, and strike all the way through personal care products. So that the definition would be emergent contaminants refer to water contaminants that may cause significant ecological or human health effects at low concentrations, and then inclusion of the full second sentence.
Commissioner, do I have a second? Thank you. Roll call vote.
Excuse me, the second was Vice Chair Wade? Oh,
Sorry.
Commissioner Certain, that's fine. Okay. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Certain?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams? Commissioner Modi? Commissioner Musharrafi? Commissioner Patton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rader? Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
No,
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons? Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Madam Chair, could we have a short break?
To offer
Thank
that,
you, thank
so
you.
we will recess for a 15-minute break and return at 10:49. Resume. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're on.
Okay, we will resume our special meeting. Okay, next up on the docket, just actually a pause, a procedural issue we wanted to cover. Pam, I don't think it's necessary to keep saying the commissioners' names who are absent every
Okay,
time.
okay.
So if they do show up, that'll be reflected on the record and we can start calling their name. But while they're continuing to be absent, there's no.
Just skip them.
That
Okay.
every time.
You got it.
Speed things along. Thank you. Okay. Start from the right item. Yes, our next item up for consideration is the inclusion of the definition of hardness in 20.6.4.7H. This is one where no parties objected to the inclusion of this definition. For discussion or a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I would like to make a slight editorial correction. I would propose that the definition read as means a measure of dissolved calcium and magnesium salts in water expressed in units of calcium carbonate concentration. So I would be adding in units of calcium carbonate concentration unless otherwise noted. It's just the chemist in me would prefer that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So was that a comment or a motion to adopt as amended?
Madam Chair, I propose, I move that we adopt the definition of hardness, and it would read, hardness means a measure of dissolved calcium and magnesium salts in water expressed in units of calcium carbonate concentration unless otherwise noted. That is my motion.
I would second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Got it. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surgeon,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Next up is the inclusion of the definition of harmonic mean flow in 20.6.7H. And this proposed amendment was also unopposed. No party objected.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we adopt the proposed language from Environmental Department for harmonic mean flow.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll go with Commissioner Candelaria on this one. Oh, was that Beal?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't tell where it's coming from. Commissioner Beal seconds the motion.
Thank you.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surgeon,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes,
The motion passes.
thank you. Next up is revisions to the limited aquatic life definition at 20.6.4.7L. This originally had some objections, but they were withdrawn, and no other party objected. Open for deliberation or a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would move that we accept the definition as presented on page 27. Limited aquatic life.
Second.
Motion made in seconds. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surgeon,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next is 20.6.4.7M, marginal cold water definition changes. For deliberation. I will make a motion to adopt and make these changes as proposed. Second that motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Schleifer,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes,
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes,
The motion passes.
thank you. Moving on, 20.6.4.7P, the inclusion of a definition of persistent toxic pollutions that was unopposed. Open for deliberation or motion.
Madam Chair, I would move that we adopt the definition of persistent toxic pollutants energy.
Thank you, Commissioner Wade. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Schleifer,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
yes,
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next up is the proposal to amend 20.6.4.7F, definition of sufficiently sensitive. Item for discussion.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
The proposed language uses the term minimum level. And the more common level in aquatic analytic chemistry is method detection limit. So I would move that we pass the language, except that instead of minimum level, we use method detection limit parentheses MDL.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Thompson, can you say that one more time, please?
Yes, it's method detection limit. M as in Mary, DL.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. I agree that's more consistent with the typical terminology used. So we have a motion on the table to accept the proposed definition with the revision to exchange method minimum level to method detection limit.
Madam Chair, I would second that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Roll call vote. Oh, we have discussion. Commissioner Servant.
Chair. So just to be clear, for me primarily, this proposed definition came from LANL, not from the Environment Department. The Environment Department objected to this amendment, and we're here to decide if we want to approve it or not. That's why it's not in red, because it's not inserted.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners.
Okay.
Madam Chair, follow-up question for Commissioner Thompson. So with the proposed revision that you've offered, the original language, minimum level, and then it utilizes ML in parentheses there. Is that same language used for other items within the standards. So is the wording ML utilized elsewhere? I'm really kind of asking this more from a structural standpoint of if we delete it here, then does that complicate it anywhere else?
Commissioner Thompson, can you respond?
I think that's a great suggestion.
I think it was more of a question being posed to you, Commissioner Thompson. Do you need Commissioner Dominguez to repeat that?
Yes, that would be helpful. I've got a distraction going on.
Okay, so your amendment was striking the word minimum level, correct?
My amendment is to replace minimum level with method detection limit.
Okay, so my question is not specific for this definition, but for other detection levels within the standards, is minimum level or ML utilized elsewhere within the standards? So I'm looking at it from a uniformity standpoint.
I don't recall ever seeing minimum level, but I do not know for certain.
And I know that was a really broad question there, but
Commissioner Dominguez, if I may, method detection limit is the more common terminology used throughout 40 CFR Part 136. So to me, this is the proposal from Commissioner Thompson to revise is more consistent with what's used in the standards currently.
okay. Thank you.
Forgot if we had a second.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Stringer, this is Council Sanchez. As I'm understanding the discussion, what Commissioner Dominguez seems to be asking is, if we replace it here, does it appear elsewhere in the standards? And will we also, or will the commission rather, have to conform the minimum level replacement with this language elsewhere in the standards, is my understanding of the discussion.
I would agree with that, Commissioner or Council Sanchez.
And I would suggest that if there's no objection to this change here, the motion can certainly be made to adopt the suggested change with an addendum that it be also be conformed elsewhere if it appears elsewhere in the standards.
So procedurally, council can propose an amendment to the motion. So a commissioner would have to suggest that amendment to the motion, which would be to replace, if adopted as proposed, the term would be replaced if used elsewhere in the document.
And I'm not for sure that we could potentially do something that broad sweeping. I think the safer route, if the commission goes with the amended language, and it's seeing that there's a consistency issue down the road, and that gets addressed at the next triennial.
So the,
Can I offer to do, Kirk, go ahead. Are you doing a search?
I just completed a search.
Yes,
Current
that's
one
what I
of
was
the standards. And I don't think sufficiently sensitive is used anywhere else. So in previous motions, we declined to adopt a definition when it's not used in the rest of the standard. Now, it may be different because we're talking about 40 CFR 136, but that's wonderful.
I think the term we're looking for is minimum, method minimum level to be replaced with method detection limit. If I'm understanding correctly, so Council Sanchez is suggesting that if we replace method minimum level with method detection limit, we would need to address that in other places of the document. I don't know if we have time to quickly search.
I did. Those two words do not appear anywhere else in the rule. Minimum level does not appear anywhere else.
Madam Chairman, sorry, I'm clear. I don't think sufficiently sensitive is used in the water quality standards.
So it's a new comment unrelated to Council Sanchez's comment. Okay, understood. So right now, we've got a motion on the table to amend the proposed definition. And we'll continue discussion with Commissioner Dominguez.
Given what Commissioner Pat just brought up there. The term sufficiently sensitive does not exist within the INMAC elsewhere from a consistency standpoint. What we did earlier today, if it's not utilized in the language, then it doesn't mean compliance. So from that standpoint, we wouldn't include this proposal.
Fair comment. So we still have the motion on the table to consider that has not been seconded. It has been seconded.
Yes, Commissioner McWilliams.
So I think we have to vote on that first, and then we can continue the discussion. Pam, please do. Commissioner McWilliams.
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that I didn't realize this definition wasn't used in the document anywhere else. So I would like to withdraw my motion, but at the same time, the reason I supported it was to bring clarity to the document. And the point that Lionel was trying to make was that any standards that are consistent with federal regulations help improve clarity and regulatory uncertainty. And I think that's a very important point, although I think it should have been somewhere in the regulation as well. That should have been proposed somewhere in the regulation. So formally withdrawing my second.
Thank you, Commissioner McWilliams. So no second to the original motion. I entertain a new motion. Help me procedurally if I'm not doing this right, but I propose that we do not accept the inclusion of the definition of sufficiently sensitive. I have a second. Commissioner Wade, or Vice Chair Wade, sorry, seconds the motion. Discussion. Commissioner Dominguez.
Which to Commissioner McWilliams, I would concur with the fact that this could provide some clarity, but no different than some of the earlier definitions that we declined to accept, that were there to provide clarity. The fact that it's not utilized would probably need to be consistent there, but potentially there may be another way that this can be built into the water quality management plan or somewhere where it gets to the end point of what they're trying to achieve It's just not gonna be done. It's a cheap.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
With that, we'll have a roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes,
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next section is a revision to the definition of surface waters of the state at 20.6.4.7S. And the proposed revisions were unopposed. Do I have a motion for consideration or discussion?
Madam Chair, so moved.
For discussion? Nope, we'll have a roll call vote.
Okay, Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
yes,
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next is a revision to the definition of toxic pollutant at 20.6.4.7T. And to point out, this is not a proposal that was put forth by NMED. This is a proposal from CCW Group. Open for deliberation.
Madam Chair, just a process question.
Yes.
So CCW Group had a proposal. And I believe Lano also had. Give a each forward and the bottom page.
Yes, that is correct. So we do
I
have,
just point that out so that maybe they could discuss. At the same time.
right, I think that's a fair clarification since we're not discussing what NMED proposed. So I appreciate you bringing that to the attention of the commission. Deliberation or a motion or consideration? Commissioner Dominguez?
Madam Chair, so on 2 points, going to CCW Korea. So I'll withdraw my comment here for a minute. I'm reading my notes.
Further discussion? I will
Chair
make a
Stringer?
motion. Yes, Council Sanchez.
I don't know if the rest of the people who are appearing remotely are having problems, but I'm not hearing Commissioner Dominguez or the other commissioners very clearly. They're fading out, and they're only coming in intermittently.
Thank you. We'll try to make sure we use our microphones and speak into them, and hopefully that will resolve the problem, but please make sure if it continues to let us know. And Commissioner Dominguez, if you have to discuss.
Okay, 2 points. Lionel's proposal, I'm gonna look to my colleagues to recommend wrong here. These were Lionel's proposal appears to have been done post-hearing as post-hearing modifications.
So according to footnote 7, the corrected final proposed amendments are shown here. I believe they did submitted after the hearing closed, while the record was still open. And we can, the hearing officer is available if we need to consult him for any of this discussion.
Switching to back to the
Madam Chair,
with CCW grant. Their proposed amendment was to point out 2 things. One of them is early on there within the red language, back to but is not limited to language that I have an issue with. But then I also want to drop down to the footnote on the bottom of page 34. If that proposed language is not submitted by CCW Greatness for security submissions, but proposed by amicus problems to aid in the commission, aid the commission. But there's a portion of that was proposed during the hearing, and a portion of it was proposed post-hearing, which post-hearing submissions, unless there are just minor clarifications, become an issue for other parties to have opportunities to comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. I think they just added the original text for clarification. There weren't any proposed revisions to the blue text. They were just showing us the definition in its entirety for ease of our understanding. That's as far as I can tell. So that means the original proposed change is the same. It's just presented differently.
Madam Chair, just to keep things moving along. The current definition of toxic pollutant, which is currently within 20.6.4, from a historical standpoint, there was a lot went into coming up with that definition of toxic pollutant. And it has seems to have withheld aware of time of using that. So with that said, I would propose that the commission not adopt the proposal by CCW GRIP or the proposal by landlord.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Second.
Madam Chair, for staying consistent, I'm also struggling to see how the additional language proposed actually helps clarify the definition. So I would second the motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wade. Before we take the roll call vote, or any further discussion, I would like to point out that I agree with the basis for not adding the additional text proposed by CW GRIP and pointing out that the proposal from LANL, I think, limits the commission's ability to appropriately regulate toxic pollutants. These are our state standards, and there's no reason to make a reference to the federal list. And so I support, as I'll reflect in my vote, the motion to not accept the proposal. With that, any further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote.
Okay, Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Give me one moment. Want to make sure I wasn't skipping any section. I am now on page 42 of the hearing officer's attachment A, and we're moving to definition of unclassified waters of the state at 20.6.4.7 U, and I open up for deliberation. Madam Chair.
Make a motion to adopt the department's proposed definition of unclassified waters of the state.
Second.
Thank you both for the discussion. We'll have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next definition for consideration is use attainability analysis in the same section. For deliberation. And again, to point out, I guess for consistency's sake, this is not, no, I'm sorry, this one is proposed by.
Chair, I would move that the definition of use attainability analysis be adopted as they're working with. No objections.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Sargent. Discussion, Commissioner Dominguez?
It's a land. I think so. Yeah. Environment, they put it down to encompass simple consideration. That's.
With that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade, Chair Stringer,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Now, NVD's proposal came after the fact, which made that more confusing. Thank you. I think that concludes the definition section. So we've made progress this morning. And we're moving on now to the anti-diversion policy and implementation plan at 20.6.4.8 in that. With a revision that no parties objected to this section. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Cipher moves to adopt, and I'll second that motion, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton, Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
and Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Next section is minor revisions that were unopposed to the outstanding national resource waters at 20.6.4.9A, to which no party objected. Discussion or motion?
Sorry.
We'll have a roll call vote now.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Commissioner Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next up is the review of standards at 20.6.4.10 NMAC. And the department proposes to amend the language. This one perhaps warrants a little more discussion, but I open for deliberations or motion. I will make a motion to adopt the department's proposal to amend the language pertaining to reviewing and amending the standards. Commissioner, any discussion? I don't want to rush people through either, so I just need more time. Okay, we'll have a roll call vote to accept. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Snerding.
I guess I just have I'm not sure on this one just because of the flannels and also Sound and Water Commission talking about how this does not add clarity and makes it more confusing. And so I just wanted to bring that up for the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner McWilliams. No further discussion on that. We have a roll call. We can take a roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have, the motion passes with one no.
A little more confusing, so I might go a little more slowly through the section. Follow my notes. So we're at 20.6.4.10F, site-specific criteria based on natural background on page 54 of attachment A of the hearing officer's report. And this one was not an NMED proposal, but open for deliberation. I will make a motion to reject the proposal from Lano to amend the language.
This is Commissioner Thompson, I second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Dominguez, discussion?
Yes. Makes me a while to read my own handwriting. The proposal that we have in front of us the language, Lionel proposed something at the beginning of the hearing, and then that got amended during the post-hearing process. What's in front of us is the language appears significantly different than the original proposed language. So the question I would have is if it was a logical outgrowth or if it's significantly different. And is there a public participation issue with the months before us right now? Which that would raise a concern for me if it's not a logical outgrowth of the original language. And therefore the public wouldn't have had a ample opportunity to submit comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. I agree that, I share that concern. And I believe the proposal as finalized is not as protective, it's less protective of human health. We do have a motion. Do we have a motion on the table? I'm not remembering this. And a second. So we were ready for the roll call vote. Pam, proceed, please.
Okay. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on, the next one is unopposed revision to harmonic mean flow at section or 20.6.4.11B NMAC. Any discussion or motion?
I move that it be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. Next up is section 20.6.4.11G NMAC, human health organism only criteria. This again was not a department's proposal, but Lionel proposed these changes. Looking for discussion or motion. I believe Lionel's proposal is less protective, and I move to not adopt Lionel's proposal.
Second.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Surton? Oh, Candelaria, thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez?
And a discussion, wanted to point out that during the hearing, Lionel revised its original proposal based off of other parties' comments. But even at that, the department feels that the proposal would leave waters in the state less protected. So, just wanted to get that.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner McWilliams? No further discussion. We'll have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez,
Madam Chair, for fellow colleagues, as we move through these, and particularly when if you're making a motion or against something, or if we're changing something up, particularly where we've amended things, it's really kind of important at times for the commission to actually put on record why we may or may not have done something, so that there is a fully vetted, complete record. And that comes from the standpoint if at times we take some quick votes on something and there was no discussion or whatnot, and some party decides to appeal and they point to the fact that there's nothing on the record to substantiate what their vote was. So that's why at times it's good if we place a rationale in the record, even though there's 10,000 pages of record, but we're making a decision on something. So sometimes it's good, particularly if it's a dicey area, that we place something on the record, because it makes for a more complete record. So just throwing that out there for your perspective, particularly at times I may ramble on about something. There's usually a method to my methods. So I just wanted to provide that for the commission. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. I think that's an important point. It is important for us to explain why we're adopting the changes that we're adopting. And it will also help Council Sanchez incorporate this into his statement of reasons. So please feel free to further explain your motions when appropriate. Okay, moving on. We're at page 61 of attachment A of the hearing officer's report. The proposal for 20.6.4.11U unclassified waters of the state. The department proposes to move that definition. Strike it here.
Madam Chair, I would like to propose that we side with the department deletion and move it to the definition. And as I point out, the reason for that is that it was really unobjective. It was initially objected to, and then it was withdrawn.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams.
I'll second that.
I agree that this proposal provides a lot of clarity and ease of standards by moving it to the definition. So we can proceed to a roll call.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Patton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Schleifer,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. So I want to pause here and just check in with the commission. It is 11:45. The next one is a little bit more, perhaps, going to have bigger discussion. Not sure, but we're close to the lunch hour. And so I wanted to see if we were ready to take a lunch break for either an hour or an hour, 15 minutes. I'm not sure. There is stuff close by Sorry we weren't able to provide lunch for the commissioners, but I'm open for discussion, pausing for lunch here for an hour.
I think that's a good idea. This next proposal would require some lengthy discussion, maybe not. But I hate to get in the middle of something and then, okay. I think it's inappropriate.
Nobody opposes to that. We will recess until, let's say, 1 o'clock. Thank you. Like, is an hour enough? 1 o'clock. We're recessed until 1 o'clock. We will reconvene a special meeting of the Water Quality Control Commission for the purposes of deliberation and decision on the triennial water quality standards. Final review of the water quality. So prior to lunch, we left off at page 62 of the hearing officer's report, attachment A, and we are considering Lannell's proposed changes to 20.6.4.12B, establishing water quality criteria in QL and implementing 40 CFR Part 136. I open the item up for deliberation of the motion. Give everyone a few moments to review their notes.
Sure.
Yes.
I'll start. This addition to, I'm sorry, is it an addition or a revision? It is a revision. Yeah, revisions to existing language. Seems to me seeks to limit the types of analyses, methods, analytical methods that can be used to detect certain pollutants and be able to accurately assess them relative to water quality standards. In addition, as was indicated in NMED's testimony, it's not, well, I'll add my own language here. It's not clear to me anyway, whether or not these revisions were given proper public review. So to keep it short, at least for now, for those two reasons, I do not support either of the revisions in this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Second. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To kind of add to what Commissioner started with there, when I took a look at this, what the parties are wanting to do, I understand their concern of utilizing known methods. And there's some merit to that. But on the other hand, it's evident that federal entities such as EPA and FDA have been behind the curve on developing methods for some of the emerging contaminants. And PFAS is what I'm going to throw out there. So if this state is fully dependent upon just known methods that EPA or FDA or any other federal entity has developed, that may not give New Mexico the tools in the toolbox necessary to address things on a timely fashion. So that concerns me a little bit there. I think there is always merit to utilizing known and quantified methods from an analytical standpoint, but in given situations where there are no methods, and that leaves a state in a precarious situation. So that's what I want to talk about for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Would argue against allowing or requiring that all analyses be done by 40 CFR Part 136. EPA is very, very slow to adopt new procedures. It requires extensive public comment and technical comment and things like that. So many of their analytical methods are 10 or 15 years out of date. So I would argue against this particular proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. I concur with the previous commissioner's comments, with one exception to Commissioner Dominguez. I think striking the other methods that have been included in the water quality standards that are based on well-known and respected entities such as American Public Health Association and ASTM methods would be, it would not be protective of the environment and human health. And those are accepted methods that we should be able to have in our toolbox. And I also oppose this proposed revision to the standards. And I move to reject the proposal as well. I move to reject Lamb's proposal.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Schleifer. Any more discussion? Pam, shall we have a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes.
Commissioner Patton? Commissioner Rader? Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
Yes.
Chair Stringer, the motion passes.
Moving on, next we have a revision to 20.6.4.12G compliance schedules where the department proposes to reword in that section. I open for deliberation for a motion. I will note that no parties objected. Lionel clarified the basis of their position, but ultimately did not object. Change the argument.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would, based off of those reasons, I would move to adopt the department's amendments to 20.6.4.12G as proposed.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Question, roll call vote.
Ready? Commissioner Candelaria?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes.
Commissioner Patton is not back yet. Commissioner Rader? Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
and Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And just before we move on to the next item, just commenting that Commissioner Patton had to step away for other responsibilities and will return when he is here. Okay. Moving on to page 69 of attachment A, we're looking at proposed modifications to 20.6.4.13F, toxic pollutants. And this relates to a previous discussion relating to emerging contaminants. So noting that in case we need to revisit any previous discussion or decision. Commissioner Dominguez?
Okay, I'll start the ball rolling on this. Offer up a couple of things. I'm first gonna drop back to what appears to be my new pet peeve, including but not limited to language. I think that makes things more vague and it clarifies. I'm a little bit concerned about the structure of the sentence itself. By default, makes emerging contaminants into toxic pollutants. So are we now morphing one definition into another? The concern that lies there is potential impact to discharge permit holders. And depending on how this is interpreted or utilized, of whether we could setting up something like a wastewater treatment plant for failure because they potentially could have to monitor for things that don't have quantified methods or standards to be tested. And as written, it's an unlimited number of things that could be in there. So that concerns me to a great degree. And I realize that a lot of it will depend on how the department takes that and runs with it, or how any parties would push to enforce under that. So I've got concerns with the way that sentence is structured.
Thank you. Further discussion? Notwithstanding the previous discussion on the including but not limited to previously, I believe in this case, it is important to point out that there are emerging contaminants that can be toxic. And note that NMED provided information on a clarification proposal that I would like to move to adopt, which includes referencing emerging contaminants that meet the definition of toxic pollutants, so that it's clear that emerging contaminants apply here in the general criterion, but they are limited to the ones that meet that threshold of being considered toxic. So my motion would be to add into the phrase, including but not limited to emerging contaminants, adding that meet the definition of toxic pollutants and those toxic pollutants listed in 20.6.2.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That's what I was looking for. Some language that would specifically limit the emerging contaminants referred to in this language being equal to the definition of toxic pollutants. So it's not very elegant way to say I agree with your intent, and I like the language as well. So I would support that additional review.
Have a second to my motion?
Sure.
Motion on the table for discussion.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Again, as I objected earlier, the concept of emerging contaminants is not well defined. There is no defined list, clearly defined list. It's very broad. And I think my concern, as I stated previously, is that this could require either a discharger or the department to conduct extremely expensive analytical methods, procedures, programs that would have no benefit to protecting the water. So I argue against this, including emerging contaminants in this context.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, can you actually repeat your proposed revision?
Sure. So my proposed revision would read as including but not limited to emerging contaminants that meet the definition of toxic pollutants and those toxic pollutants listed in 20.6.2 in that. Further discussion, Commissioner Cypher.
Madam Chair, Commissioner members, I have a concern that if something is an emerging contaminant, that we haven't yet set standards or MCLs for those. And it's really tough to hold somebody to compliance. You can tell them to test all you want, but then you're given a lot of latitude to the regulating individuals, whoever they might be, when there's not an MCL attached to it. Makes it really tough to make sense of the regs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cypher. Commissioner Cypher, or Commission, I guess I should say, there are many components of our water quality standards that don't have numeric standards associated with them. And therefore, I am comfortable including this in the general criteria. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to help flesh out the two prior discussions, so if we're dropping back to meet the definition of toxic pollutants, I'm back looking at the definition of toxic pollutant. How would the department determine if a CEC meets the definition of a toxic pollutant? But there are no entities, sort of a question back to you. So that if there are no criteria or standards for some of them, based on the definition of toxic pollutant, how would the department determine whether an emerging contaminant fits that definition or not?
Mr. Dominguez, I would imagine the same manner that they determine for the general toxic pollutants when applied under this section of the general criteria, which would include testing on live organisms, for example, to see if there is in fact a negative impact to those organisms. With the distinguishing difference between the whole universe of emerging contaminants versus the sub-universe that is toxic based on the same methods for determining toxic. To continue to expand, it would limit it to those that do in fact have those negative impacts per the definition of pollutants. Distinguished again from emerging contaminants that where there's evidence that indicates there may be negative impacts, but the evidence isn't strong enough to make that conclusion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm seeing where you're coming from on that. I'm trying to compare the situation that emerging contaminants are in versus the toxic pollutants that are already on the list under 20.6.2. So if we have a list of toxic pollutants, that means that as emerging contaminants were deemed to meet the definition of toxic pollutants, then they would be put on that list of toxic pollutants, or are we just going to keep emerging contaminants as this gray area with the caveat of they have to meet the definition of toxic pollutants? So we seem to be creating a subset of toxic pollutants that are toxic pollutants, but they're not treated the same as toxic pollutants, if that makes sense. We're still calling them emerging contaminants, but by default, they are toxic pollutants. So when do we transition an emerging contaminant from being an emerging contaminant to being a toxic pollutant and being on that list as a toxic pollutant? I hope that was a very long statement with a question mark at the end.
So there's a couple questions to unpack in there, as you know. First, just to clarify the referenced list in 20.6.2, the groundwater regulations, the toxic pollutants are not limited to that list. We are noting that it includes that list, but it's not limited to that list. The same for emerging contaminants. They're included as toxic because some of them may be, but we're not limiting to them. To answer the second component of your comment / question, I think it would remain the same that they have to meet that threshold of toxic, meaning to go back to the definition of toxic.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson, hold on just 1 second. Let me finish my comment and we'll turn to you. So just for everyone, the definition of toxic pollutant means those pollutants or combination of pollutants, including disease-causing agents, that after discharge and upon exposure, ingestion, inhalation, or assimilation into any organism, either directly from the environment or indirectly by ingestion through food chains, will cause death, shorten lifespans, disease, adverse behavioral changes, reproductive or physiological impairment, or physical deformations in such organisms or their offspring. So emerging contaminants can be toxic pollutants, and therefore that's my basis for wanting to note it in the general criteria of toxic pollutants. But it is limited to meeting that threshold of being a toxic pollutant as defined here in the standards and has been defined that way for years. And we'll go to Commissioner Thompson and circle back to Commissioner Dominguez if we need to. Go ahead,
Madam Chair. The thing is with toxicology, particularly at the very, very low concentrations that we're working with these days, there is often not a clear determination of whether something is toxic or not. I just last month, January, well, a month and a half ago, I completed a literature review on the aquatic toxicology of a particular constituent, and I reviewed about 80 papers, and it was about 50-50. Some of them found that there was a toxic effect, aquatic toxic effect on certain organisms, but there were several that found no aquatic toxic effect. It's not a yes or no case. And so by requiring all a potential discharger or other person entity to analyze for all emerging contaminants, that could be extremely expensive, onerous, and I don't think would provide any additional protection of the water that we have now.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Dominguez, what do you want?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to wrap my head around how this will all unfold, and since this proposed definition is including the list of toxic pollutants under 20.6.2. Which under 20.6.2, it is strictly 80 less. So that's underground water. So if we modify this under the surface water rule, for what's encompassed as a toxic pollutant, would that then also require under 20.6.2 for that to be modified so that we don't have two competing toxic pollutants? Somewhat definitions.
Commissioner Dominguez? it could potentially require revisions to 20.6.2. But we're here to deliberate the changes proposed to 20.6.4, but I certainly understand the point that you're bringing up. And I would clarify, just for further discussion, that we're not changing really how the toxic pollutant general criterion is applied. We are just clarifying that it does include these. And again, understand the previous discussion regarding the use of including but not limited to. But for the reasons stated, I feel it's important to acknowledge those potential toxic pollutants here in this section under the general criteria.
Madam Chair, I think I would agree, and to Commissioner Thompson's point, with your revision, I think that narrows down what is a toxic pollutant within the universe of emerging contaminants. So not all emerging contaminants are necessarily have to be tested for. It seems to me, if as a toxic pollutant. If a discharger has an idea that one of those might be toxic. So I think your definition does narrow it down sufficiently and builds in what seems to me the perfect the concept of emerging contaminants is that they might not make a list. Toxic contaminants might not already exist in a list, but as we get more information, we should be aware that these cause pollution and address them.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seibert.
Thank you. So I'm looking at this largely as trying to comply with the standards. I love the fact that we're addressing this because I think EPA is very, very slow in promulgating rules or standards for us. I like that we're proactive. I get that part. However, from the point of view of the treatment plant and NPDES permits, is how do I comply? And you mentioned that you thought there was quite a few contaminants that don't have MCLs, but I will tell you that as a permittee throughout my career, that when there isn't one, it makes it very difficult to do anything with it. So we're promulgating rules or standards that have no measurement. It makes it almost impotent, if you will. You can't, you want to comply. You don't want to create pollution. You want to be part of a solution, but it's very nebulous. It's almost illogical. So it's tough for me from the point of view of a NPDES holder. And how do we resolve that? What can we do? I love the change you made to it. I think that really helped. But then we can't take it over the finish line in that last step and say, okay, how do we give it some limits that are meaningful so that I can comply as a end user?
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I would piggyback off of that statement as well. I am concerned with the regulatory uncertainty piece of this, and from an industry perspective, tell me what the rules are so that we can comply, and not knowing what those rules might be or what those contaminants might be makes it a little bit difficult. I'm concerned with NAVD to regulate contaminants that are not routinely monitored, don't have standards already in existence, or may not be fully understood. And if I remember right, we had quite a bit of testimony that talked about there's just not enough labs that can even test for some of these contaminants, or the type of testing that they have to undergo is very lengthy, and very expensive to do and take a lot of time. And so I feel like all of the intent may be good to make sure that we're on the leading edge of protecting water. I feel like there may be unintended consequences that we haven't considered about what a regulation like this could do to industry. Thank you. Mr. Uniqueness?
And question for Commissioner Cypher, and then Madam Chair, you can add to it one too. So I thought you phrased things very well there. What I keep going back to is first part of the existing language there. Surface waters of the state shall be free of toxic pollutants. So as a discharger, if you know that something is likely there of an emerging contaminant, or it is given that there may be PFAS or something, but there still isn't that standard or methodology to test for. How then do you remain in compliance? Because it states the state shall be free of toxic pollutants. So I think there's this gray area of how we work through it to be able to be in compliance and do the right thing. But if all the pieces aren't there, can a discharger then be held, their feet held to the fire? But you know that there is a toxin, and the law says there cannot be.
Right. In fact, Madam Chair, if I may respond to that a little bit, I consider myself an environmentalist, and I really hold my staff's feet to the fire on compliance issues. I take it very seriously when I hear about things like PFAS. I sometimes think about that at night, you know, instead of sleep. And I want to do something about it, but it's like I can't, I don't have the tools I need to do something about that. So what can I do? And I would love a solution. Like I said, I think that I like the change you made because it helps me with half of my concern on this, but the other half of the concern still exists.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would argue that your concern exists with the current standards as written, and that this change really doesn't change that issue. The methodologies laid out in this section have already been adopted by the commission, and they address when a numeric criterion for the protection of human health or consumption of organisms has not been established. There's a methodology that the agency applies in order to determine compliance. So I don't believe this change of pointing out the more comprehensive universe of toxic pollutants changes the way in which toxic pollutants are currently regulated in the state.
But it does add to the situation that we have.
I would argue that it doesn't, because even without this specificity, it would still apply. If there's an emerging contaminant that proved to be toxic, it would be regulated in this manner. I think they are significant enough to be pointed out in the general criterion. Different from a definition, in my opinion, that the general criteria need to be more clear and comprehensive with what it includes. So expand on my basis for that. I certainly understand and respect your point of view.
Truthfully, we, I think, have seen throughout my career things that you never thought would be imposed as part of a permit that happened. And so, again, this adds to the list of concerns of things that could be the way they're written. Does that make sense? Thank you. And I appreciate your point of view as well. I hope you understand that.
Good deliberations, what this process is intended for. We do have a motion that has been seconded on the table for consideration. Last call for further discussion before we do a roll call vote. Let's proceed with the roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote? Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Patton is still gone, Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher, Commissioner Thompson,
No,
Commissioner Vehil, Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Madam Chair, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the affirmative, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the negative, with Commissioner Patton absent from this vote.
The council's advice on what to do with a tie.
Fails on tie.
What's that?
It fails on tie.
Fails on a tie.
Motion fails.
Thank you. The motion fails.
The motion fails.
That's a square one.
Yeah. Do we have an alternative motion for consideration, or shall we move on to the next item? We'll move on to the next item.
Madam Chair, although that motion fails, the proposed language is still hanging.
Oh, that's true.
We definitely have to do something with it.
Sure.
This is starting to sound like previous 30 days that we just missed.
It could be great if Commissioner Patton was here, but on the other hand, we have to bring him up to speed on the conversation.
Well, looking for another motion. I've already presented a motion, so mine was not passed. Is there a motion to not accept the proposed language?
Madam Chair, in an effort to try to figure out a path forward on this, I ask you to put your department hat on versus your chair hat. So this has two components here for the most part. Emerging contaminants side of it, and then the list in 20.6.2. So are those, no, we've been looking at them as one and the same. Is it critical that we get something done versus getting nothing done, or?
Commissioner Dominguez, if I understand you correctly, are you proposing that we consider referencing the list in 20.6.2, but not including the language referencing emerging contaminants.
I'm not necessarily proposing that. I'm throwing things out for discussion to see if we can figure out a path forward. There seemed to be concern with uncertainty of CECs. Items under 20.6.2 are very black and white. It's a given list.
Chair, or Commissioner Jimmy?
Yes.
I think there's been a lot of discussion for a sentence that, in my opinion, is there to clarify what could potentially be a toxic pollutant. I think ultimately, like you had said previously, the way toxic pollutants are regulated isn't going to change whether there's clarifications in there. So I would recommend that we're not going to adopt the language with as modified, then the language is probably not necessary at all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wade. I would point out there's an additional change that we haven't really spoken to in this section that was subsequently proposed by Lana, which is the incorporation of the word duration. So given that the proposed language in the previous motion didn't pass, I will motion to not strike that. I'll keep it open for a little while longer.
Madam Chair, I wouldn't mind trying to start.
Thank you, Commissioner Senator.
Okay. I would propose that we leave the toxic pollution as is on page 68, that's F sub 1, and add only the word duration to this, to the changes. So in other words, including to but not limited to emerging contaminants and those toxic pollutions as listed in 20.6.2 INMAC would not be inserted.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Or Commissioner Certain comment?
So before we get the second, if there is going to be one, I'd like to remind the commission that if we go forward with not including emerging contaminants, that revision language, we are then left with an orphan definition earlier. So if we want that to be a part of the motion, that's procedurally correct, or if we want to do it as a separate motion, separate.
The same, would you like an amended motion or would you like a separate motion?
I think we have to get through your current motion
See if
that
it's separate.
hasn't been amended yet. That needs a second. 2 seconds. Second call. Commissioner McWilliams, second. And please proceed with the roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria?
No.
Commissioner Certain?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes.
Commissioner Rader? Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes in the affirmative, 1, 2 votes in the negative. Commissioner Patton absent this vote. That motion passes. I'm sorry.
Okay, that moves us to reconsidering our previous determination to accept the definition of emerging contaminants. Given that it is now no longer referenced in the standards, I open that for discussion and consideration.
Question. The commissioner sure because he was ahead of the game clear on this one. Is that the only place in this that term was being utilized? Was the one that we just dismissed, or is emerging contaminants loaded somewhere else?
Sure. I can read.
Under, into the PD under 414F. It is a potential,
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
So given that there is a potential use of the word, we will table the reconsideration of the definition of emerging contaminants until later. Closes that one. Okay. We'll move on to the next section. Which would be revisions to 20.6.4 14A methods for compliance. Open for deliberation or discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just to maybe help put parts of this into perspective. This kind of falls into the same discussion that we had back on 3.6.412E, where landlord had proposed some language there. Some of the same discussion we had there, I would say, seems to apply here. Not to regurgitate everything we discussed at 12E. But I think some of the same rationale that was discussed and utilized in not adopting the proposal under 12E, which seems to apply to 14.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. I would agree with those concerns. Similarly, to reiterating the concern over public, an opportunity for the public to weigh in on this item as well. I would therefore move to decline to adopt the amendments proposed for 2026.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Sutton. Question, doesn't look like it. Commissioner Sutton.
Just one question. The one thing I wouldn't want to do to our staff, Ms. Lemon now points out in her testimony that she can specify other analytical methods, which I don't want to take that away from her. And I'm thinking that if we did adopt this, and I'd like clarification in everybody else's interpretation of this, that if we pass Lionel's recommendation, that would tie Ms. Lemon's hands. Is that everybody else's interpretation?
I'm sure that is my interpretation.
Thank you.
Agree.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil, Commissioner Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Down with us to the next section, page 80 of attachment A. And this is again, not an enemy proposal, but another party's proposal to amend section 20.6.4.14F, monitoring. Amigos Bravos has proposed language regarding emerging contaminant monitoring.
Madam Chair, as we start to discuss this, may want to know that CCW also proposed something that you may want to discuss at the same time.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. They do have an alternative proposal included here in the hearing officer's report. I think we can consider them together. I will reiterate the importance of an ability to monitor for emerging contaminants, and which would necessitate a definition for emerging contaminants. We just reiterate the previous points that I made, that we need to make sure we're protecting our waters from these types of potentially toxic substances, and monitoring would be a really important component of that process. And I think it's really important to adopt this proposed language with minor adjustments to reflect the definition that we adopted previously to be, rather than contaminants of emerging concern, emerging contaminant monitoring. I'll stop there for more comments before we proceed. Discussion. Commissioner Dominguez?
I'll jump into it. A couple of areas of concern, notwithstanding the chair's point of the need to be able to monitor. But I'm looking back at the definition of emerging contaminants. And we're indicating contaminants are generally chemical compounds recognized as having deleterious effects, and environmental concentrations whose negative impacts have not been fully qualified and may not have regulatory numeric criteria. So then going to the two proposals under 14A or 14F, sorry. And looking at Amigos problems first, the department may require monitoring analysis and report. And then with CCW GRIP's proposal, shall be monitored if it may be present. Regulations that use a technical term here, somewhat loosey-goosey. For enforcement can be problematic. And I may look to my colleague to the left. So if the environment department is enforcing this, the department may require. So that is very gray area. When do they require it? And then if it is an emerging contaminant, by the definition that we adopted, we indicate that there's may not have regulatory numeric criteria. But it is an emerging contaminant, and therefore it has to be monitored. But the permit holder may not have numeric criteria in order to monitor it. So back to an earlier statement of we potentially setting up permit holders for failure because they can be required to monitor. And by definition of emerging contaminants, we specify that they may not have numeric criteria. So that concerns me that those are, although it gives the department authority to monitor, there's a lot of loose ends to that make it difficult both from an enforcement standpoint and from a compliance standpoint. Loose regulatory language is problematic, and that concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Cycler.
Madam Chair, I might surprise a few people on this one, but I'm actually for this one, the way it's written. And let me explain why. I made myself clear that I was against the other one because we were asking for some kind of compliance or enforcement without the standard being established. That's exactly what monitoring does. It finally gives you the data that you need over time, and it may not be in this triennial review period, but if you start somewhere to gather the data, then you can make a logical, intelligent decision. You will have the data you need. So while it may surprise you that I support this, I support it very much, especially in light of some of these compounds we're talking about that are killers and maimers. And I do want to resolve those things. And you've got to start somewhere to get that data. And so I am very much in charge of I'm very much in favor of monitoring. And maybe we need to word this a little bit. And let me think about that for a second. But if we can just let people know that they're not, that it will help develop a standard. It's not, the intent of monitoring isn't to take them and lop their head off in the guillotine. It's to help create a standard that's very much needed.
Thank you, Commissioner Sutton. Appreciate those comments. Commissioner Sutton?
You, Madam Chair. Where do I start with? So I guess I want to follow on to Commissioner Cypher's comment about using monitoring to collect data for use in developing quantitative standards. I was just looking through the rule to see if monitoring was strictly for compliance purposes or if it could be used data collection. There's too much to go through right now. So if somebody knows the answer to that question, feel free to let us all know. But I would hope that there was enough flexibility in the rule that would allow for monitoring to collect data to further standards, especially for these emerging contaminants. So I support those comments and would use that as an argument for accepting one of these revisions. I guess I also wanted to say in response to Commissioner Dominguez's comments about uncertainty. I feel like we're just going to, as a commission and as the Environment Department, and unfortunately as permittees, there's going to be some level of uncertainty, and to the degree that we can reduce it or stop increasing the level of uncertainty, I'm certainly for that. But in certain instances like this one, talking about the department may require monitoring, I feel like that's a level of uncertainty that I'm willing to live with in the rule. How that translates in the field is something hopefully the Environment Department can help with, understanding that does introduce some uncertainty. And then finally, I wanted to say that I do prefer the Amigos Bravos language to the CCW GRIP language, because the uncertainty introduced in the CCW GRIP language by if it may be present, I mean, in my mind, emergent contaminants can be present in any body of water or any source of water in the state. So you could I think that's just too vague. So I would support the Amigos Bravos language with the proposed revision, making it consistent with the definition.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ray.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Sturgeon actually touched on a lot of what I wanted to say. I think we're debating kind of the classic regulatory concerns, which is some inherent uncertainty. Should rules be prescriptive or should they be flexible? In this situation, I really think that the concept of an emerging contaminant is incredibly important because it builds in the flexibility. We don't know. Things change over time. So I think you have to have the ability to monitor, to develop criteria where it's needed. That just the concept of this emerging, right, means it's new. So it's gonna have some uncertainty to it. But you have to have that flexibility and regulate. So all that being said, I I too agree that the amigos bravos language is more appropriate. It says may, which gives the environment department some options, some flexibility. It doesn't say shall. So, not as broad. So I would also recommend that we adopt amigos bravos.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wade. Commissioner Rader. I think Commissioner Cipher certainly weighed exactly a lot of the points I agree with as well. I think the only thing I would add on to that in regards to potentially adopting the amigos bravos definition is that, of course, we've seen many times in the past where we have issues of uncertainty, of course, that we're facing reality where we don't have clear answers. And so as much as Commissioner Wade made the good point that we are balancing right now that regulatory certainty versus wanting to try and just better understand that we're facing uncertainty and that we're acknowledging an uncertain reality. I do believe that permittees really do have, it is the duty of the permittees at some point to try and help identify the solution, potential problems down the road, as opposed to knowing that there could potentially be a problem, but not having enough data to be able to totally quantify it. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn the microphone on. So that's all just to say that I think that in this instance, again, as others have mentioned, the permissive language is very helpful in allowing the department to make a judgment call on when, what type of data should be acquired. And I think this is a great opportunity for permittees to be brought into the process of solution makers. Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you. And a lot of the uncertainty can also be addressed on a case-by-case basis, which is classic regulatory language. But it's true, if there's a requirement being made by the environment department, that requirement can be appealed and challenged. So those safeguards are already built in or take care of uncertainty.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Cipher.
Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion? Or do you want more discussion?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Hold on 1 second, Commissioner Thompson. We'll take more comments.
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you have? We'll go with Commissioner Thompson first, and then Commissioner Dominguez. I have a comment as well. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, was that you're asking me for my comments?
Please proceed, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a little bit confusing sometimes. So, I'm going to argue against this again for the same reason. I think this puts a tremendous burden on the dischargers to do a single analysis of something like pharmaceuticals is $500 to $1,000, and I don't see any benefit. Commissioner Cipher made the point, well, we can use this for setting standards. And I would point out that just detecting a constituent provides no useful information unless there is also information on the impact, the possible impact on aquatic species or human health. So just simply collecting a database on what is present provides no benefit. We need, in order for it to be useful, we need to have the toxicology studies, and you don't generally do toxicology studies with field data. You do it with lab data or epidemiological data or something like that. So I argue, I think this is going to be extremely onerous to particularly the small dischargers, the Ratones and the Grants and the Demings and things like that. And I don't see any benefit coming out of it. So I would argue against it.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. We'll go to Commissioner Cipher.
I was going to make a motion, so I think it'd be better to.
Commissioner Megler.
Yeah, so I guess I agree with Commissioner Thompson on this, Madam Chair, and I feel like we're now putting it to be the regulatee's responsibility to monitor when it should be specific agencies that can be commissioned to do these studies and investigations, whether that's the oversight the Oversight Bureau, or there's also the New Mexico NMED Drinking Water Bureau. There's different agencies that can constitute some of these very burdensome, costly studies. And I think you could expand that to many agencies. That way we know there's this known problem. Let's put the burden on them to monitor, pay for it, and resolve this issue. And I think it's overly burdensome.
Thank you, Commissioner Blunt. Commissioner Dominguez?
During the Environment Department's testimony, for this part, Environment Department noted that the department already has authority to require sampling and monitoring of the contaminants. So my question for you, put your department hat on and take your chair hat off. What does the proposed language bring to the table that the department doesn't already have the ability to require monitoring?
Commissioner Dominguez, I think I agree the department already has the authority to monitor these. I think given the impacts that we've observed recently from emerging contaminants in the state, that articulating them in our water quality standards is extremely an important first step in the process towards potentially regulating these chemicals that are impacting our state, and would articulate the importance and the ability to monitor for them and establish them as a component of our water quality standards. And I think that is important to do. A couple other points I wanted to build on as far as just Commissioner Seifer, your comment about collecting the data is an important first step to know where they occur as well. And part of the process of whether it's EPA or another entity developing numeric standards is understanding where they occur and what the contributing forces may be. So I agree that data, good quality data is extremely important. To your point, Commissioner McWilliams, you know, who should that burden be placed on? You know, cleaning up something that once it's in the water is much more costly than monitoring for it as it might be entering the water. And Drinking Water Bureau does not monitor surface waters. They monitor what is produced at the end of the pipe. So that's not an entity that would actually monitor for these chemicals in the surface waters of the state. And the DOE oversight monitoring, DOE Oversight Bureau is limited to monitoring just outside of Department of Energy facilities. So I believe this language is important to incorporate emerging contaminants into our standards, very clearly state that the department can require the monitoring, even though they already have that authority. That completes my remarks. Now I can't remember, you were going to do a motion, Commissioner Seifer.
Yes, and I will give clarification. Commissioner Thompson I totally agree with what he's saying in that if you did operate in a vacuum and only did this data collection through monitoring, then you wouldn't have anything. But I don't believe we're operating in a vacuum. I think that many people are working on this now. But then when they're done with their analysis on the other end of things, they're going to need this monitoring data to make sense of it and to move forward in a proper direction. So I do believe it's necessary, especially when you're talking about emergent issues or things that we don't have quantification on by definition. And so I like the definition on page 80. I guess that's the amigos bottles definition with the addition of to collect quantifying data. That would be the purpose of the monitoring. So I make a motion that we approve this language in one sub F. So that's 20.6.4.14 sub F. And add to it to collect quantifying data. And that's my motion.
Was your amended portion of a separate sentence?
I think, no, I think it's Clean Water Act, comma, to collect quantifying data.
Commissioner Seifert, may I propose a friendly amendment?
Sure.
But as written, the department may require monitoring, analysis, and reporting. The method will determine whether or not it's quantifiable or not. So my concern is the clause of adding to collect quantifying data is unnecessary because that will be driven by the analysis methods.
My purpose in doing that is so that it's not for compliance, it's for data gathering. Not that it wouldn't happen automatically, but it's to give confidence to people that this isn't going to be to get them in a trap. It's in an effort to collect quantifying information.
So if it's a condition of a federal permit, then I think that would conflict with the language. You can't say it's a condition of a permit. Condition is just monitoring.
We did that before with other compliance issues that in NPDES permits. Mixing zone was one of the big ones for nitrogen, I think it was.
I do have a concern that that component hasn't been heard through proper public notification like that particular clause, but I'm open for further discussion on that piece of it.
If it gets us into that realm, then I have nothing to offer. Because I also want to make sure that people have time, opportunity for input. And if it takes what was being proposed here to outside and breaks into the realm of, hey, we need to let people have public comment, then my motion wouldn't work.
Chair Stringer, I also have some concern that the qualifying language as proposed might conflict with the regulators' its ability to bring compliance actions based on the information they're receiving. I think that as proposed, I'm not sure that that would work. So I don't know how you want to handle it procedurally. There hasn't been a second yet. Want to ask for a second or ask for it?
I think I'm obligated to see if there's a second to the motion on the table,
If there isn't one, then it just dies.
but we can put forth, right, your motion.
Yes.
Not the proposal itself. Hearing no second, I'll make a motion to adopt Amigos Bravo's proposed language adjusting for the terminology. So it would read, emerging contaminant monitoring. The department may require monitoring, analysis, and reporting of an emerging contaminant as a condition of a federal permit under section 401 of the Federal Clean Water Act.
Second.
Discussion. Can we have a roll call vote, Pam?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Sure, sorry. sorry, Commissioner
Just-
Thompson.
Does the department have the authority to require monitoring in a federally issued permit?
Department have authority to monitor, say that one more time?
Yes, ma'am. Does the department have authority to require monitoring in a federally issued NPDES permit?
Commissioner Thompson, I believe they do have that authority.
Thank you.
Proceed with the roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
No.
Commissioner McWilliams,
No.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
No?
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 7 votes in the affirmative and 1, 2, 3 in the negative. Yes. Motion passes.
Yes, you may. We will recess for 15 minutes until 2:47. Oh,
I'm a mover, enjoy.
thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene the special meeting of the Water Quality Control Commission. We are moving on now to the use attainability analysis section, page 84 of the hearing officer's attachment A, section 20.6.4.15, use attainability analysis. With the department's proposed revisions, I open the floor for deliberation or the motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bennett.
just to help with the discussion, also to point out that I believe the landfill also has a proposal for 2015.
Yes, thank you for keeping me in check with those alternative proposals. I apologize for not pointing them all out. But yes, they did propose alternative language. Well, I'll start the discussion and say that I think NMED's efforts towards clarifying the process and being very descriptive in what the use attainability analysis process is a very good benefit to the water quality standards. Certainly before I pose a motion to adopt, I still want to consider.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Would there be benefit in going through this piecemeal, perhaps by approving the individual sections A, B, C separately rather than the entire language?
I would say that depends on the discussion. I didn't sound like there was extensive discussion, but We can break it up into smaller parts if that will facilitate further discussion on the topic.
Madam Chair, I would really like to go through it like Thompson suggested.
Okay. All right.
That may, by just breaking it into A, B, D, C, E aspects, that may help do the comparison to the land proposal. It's really, they're proposing A and B. So it might help with the comparison aspect.
Thank you. So we will start with considering section A first, which both Lionel and NMED have proposed revisions.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I have reviewed 20.6.4.15A, section A, and I would move that we pass that as proposed by the NMED.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Do we have a second?
I would second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Dominguez, discussion?
Just to add to that, in looking at Lionel's proposal for 15A, overall, it's not substantially different when you look at it from the big picture. So I think what the department has proposed would be sufficient. The Lionel proposal has that significant changes to the table that would enhance the standards.
That would enhance what?
The standards.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Further discussion? Okay, shall we proceed with a roll call vote to accept NMED's proposed language for section A?
Got it. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Chair Stringer, the motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move on to section B, noting that Lionel does not have any proposed alternative language for section B.
Chair, unless there's discussion, I would move that accept proposed language in both B and C due to no proposed, sorry, alternate proposed language and no objection by now.
Madam Chair, second. Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Discussion for adopting B and C. We'll have a roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Candelaria, Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to section D, process to amend a designated use through a use attainability analysis. Noting that the department has proposed changes as well as Lano. Discussion on that?
Madam Chair, just point out, the landlord proposal is only pertaining to D1. And the department's proposal is much more comprehensive. They want to focus on D1 to make determination there.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. So focused in just on section D1.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Could I also point out that the LANL section D equates with the Environment Department section E. So D and D do not comport. LANL's D has to do with third-party entities doing greater sustainability analysis, as does the newly labeled section E presented by the department. So D, as proposed by the department, has no response from LANL.
Thank you, Commissioner Sutton.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I was moved that we accept the department's D stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Sutton. Do I have a second?
As the hearing officer's report states, Lano did support the majority of the language through D. So I would second that.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Being no further discussion, we'll have a roll call vote to adopt section D as proposed by the committee.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surgeon,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer,
Yes,
and this motion passes.
thank you. Moving on to section E that aligns with Lano proposed language as they reference D. This is really confusing to articulate, so sorry. But I think you all are following. So we'll cover NMED's section E and Lano's proposed language section D together, and I open. What you're doing it.
Just to get the discussion started, part of Lano's proposal, particularly the front end of it, mirrors with the department's proposed language. It's more the very last portion of Lano's proposal where they're really kind of shooting for some time constraints on review and approval of work plans. And I do not believe that the work and has proposed specific time constraints, and there's probably some logical reasoning behind that. Not having a 30-day in there, particularly with how comprehensive some of those work plans probably are, and the amount of work that goes into reviewing and approving those. I'll throw that out. I know it's just, that's likely the case, and maybe you can provide some context to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. So I don't recall identifying any location in the record where NMED spoke to the timely piece of this. And I think it's certainly reasonable to put a time frame on it. I'm reluctant to specify that with more input from the department to understand what a reasonable time would be from their perspective. Not having identified it in the record, although if someone found something that I didn't locate, I'm certainly open to discussing that. Commissioner Dominguez.
Just to add to what you offered up there, the department's proposal looks much more comprehensive as a total work. And final has proposed.
Yes, and I would add to that, they certainly have the experience of having to go through this process and knowledge of actually applying it, which, because of their roles, obviously, Lano would not necessarily have that breadth of experience. So the clarity that NMED brings is based on that experience.
Madam Chair, I might make 2 points. One is I'm coming from a regulatory agency, and I understand why industry would want time limits. Obviously, they don't want a pending decision to be out there for indefinitely. However, it balanced that against often a lack of resources to finish a plan. You have to give the regulatory agency the ability to do a thorough job. Also, this plan would be reviewed by the EPA, and even if you put a time limit on the Environment Department, you can't put a time limit on. I'm not sure that there's a lot of value for the regulated entity having this time limit. And I would also agree with you that without having the Environment Department's input as to what they think are reasonable times are to put a different time in there as a different time frame.
Commissioner Sutton?
Madam Chair, in addition to the reviewing entities that have already been mentioned, obviously the department and EPA, the department is proposing or is including language in section E4 that there be public notice of the use attainability analysis. That may not necessarily mean public comment, but it usually does if there's public notice. So now we've got a public comment period required as well, if that language, which makes it even more difficult. Get it done in 30 days.
Commissioners, I believe that applies to the actual final use attainability analysis product, not the work plan.
I know.
Take just a moment. upon section 4, as you referenced, upon completion of the use attainability analysis.
I stand corrected, you're right, this LANL language only applies to work.
We have a motion. We just have comments so far.
Right.
I will move to adopt NMED's proposed revisions to section E 1 through 5.
I would second that.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, have a roll call vote.
Okay, Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote? Commissioner Surton?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes.
Commissioner Rader?
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Where it's a little trickier. But we'll get through it, but this might get a little confusing. Just note you for right. So our next proposed revision is an unopposed revision to section 20.6.4.97, unclassified ephemeral waters. And this is merely to correct a spelling error and no parties objected. So I move to adopt as proposed to correct the error. Second motion. Thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Candelaria? Commissioner Surton?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes.
Commissioner Rader?
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Next is a proposed amendment to selected sections that contain secondary contact use. This applies to 20.6.4.101 through 899. There's similar revisions to all of these. So I'm open for discussion first, and we'll see if you have a motion. Yeah, struggling with how to move this one.
Madam Chair, this appears the hearing officer has practiced 101 through 899 with a gradient and tried to somewhat cover some of the pictures.
Can't go by-
Then it gets into the individual sections as it moves through.
Given how we did break out the previous section into the individual pieces, as tedious as that may be, I think that is the best approach to go segment by segment to adopt the changes where proposed revisions occur.
I would agree, given the amount of discussion and testimony that this got during the hearing. I think it would be kind of difficult to do it in one fell swoop.
So we shall proceed accordingly, starting with segment or section 20.6.4.102 that proposes revisions to the Rio Grande Basin designated disease.
Chair,
Yes.
unless I'm missing it, I don't. Who's proposing changes to 102? I only see department changes to 103.
Did I say 102?
Mhm.
Okay.
Hey,
Apologies for that. So yes, we'll consider the proposed revisions from NMED to section 103. But I want to make sure I give everyone time to review their notes, because I know this was a little bit confusing. So just to summarize, I think, maybe spur some conversation. The department is proposing to amend the language in botanical strategy. Okay, here we go. For specifically segment 103, the department is proposing to amend the language to remove the non-perennial reaches of the tributaries from the list of classified perennial sections. That helps. Essentially, Landell is objecting to modify the applicable recreational use from secondary contact to primary contact in this segment based solely on a review of the available water quality data with equal-eye data. And I would say EPA allows for those changes to occur when if you're going to remove that secondary contact, as long as the use is essentially to attain a higher use and higher water quality. So in my view, this supports the anti-degradation policy and is allowable under EPA guidance. and therefore I support NMUD's proposal. And I move to adopt NMUD's changes as proposed for segment 103.
Second.
Further discussion?
Madam Chair, there is this so we have a number of sections that were similar as the hearing officer tried to.
Yeah.
So the discussion is probably going to be somewhat the same through parts of this. I'll go ahead and throw out a few comments here. During the prior triennial, which probably only two of us were here during the prior triennial, the commission did reject the proposal, a similar proposal that the department brought. And it was on the basis that there was so backdated. So NMED came back with an EUA with developed data this time and a similar proposal. Lionel seemed to take an issue with some of the timing or how an EUA gets done, etc. But from the commission standpoint, what we felt was lacking in the previous triennial was data. There is data. So that flagged one of the big holes we see the previous. And that will kind of hold through for 103, 112, 116, 204, 206, 207. So just to kind of frame some of the big picture, there's a little bit of historical on the secondary contact for some of these same periods.
It was the same issue in all cases.
Yes.
That you mentioned.
If I remember correctly from the prior triennial, I believe it was San Juan Water Commission that had the main, raised the main concern, making a change on secondary without data. So, David's what I heard. I intentionally tried to forget the prior triennial too.
So from EPA guidance, uses requiring more stringent criteria may always be added because doing so reflects the goals of further improvement of water quality. And thus a recreational use for wading may be deleted if and only if a recreational use for swimming is added. The state may keep them both, which is not common, I think, but beside the point. So again, I reiterate that it is based on data, and I understand what occurred last time. So I think they have come back with a more robust proposal, the additional collection of more data. And we do have a motion on the table, right?
In a second.
Okay, in a second. That's what I thought. Hard to keep track of all of this stuff.
But it's limited to just one contract.
It is limited to the limit to, you are correct. So I would offer a friendly amendment to your motion, Commissioner Seifert, to add segments 112, 116, 204, 206, and 207 to your motion.
So it was your motion.
It was, yeah, it was your motion. He seconded.
Second.
Thank you. I didn't mean to pressure you in that way. I'm stay independent here is my role as chair. Commissioner Dominguez, do you have an additional comment?
And I believe they added a new section, which is 234. Also. But I don't know.
So why are we, Madam Chair, what is the purpose of combining both the sections that you added? If you could clarify that. Because the proposed revisions are the same basis, they've collected more data to justify the newly proposed designated use. Let us say, let's get to section 232 separate from this motion, Commissioner Dominguez. So the motion stands to include segments 103, 112, 116, 204, 206, and 207 as proposed by NMED. Has been seconded. No further discussion, we'll go for a roll call vote.
Got it. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Surton?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Pass. Come back to.
Okay. Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes.
Commissioner Rader?
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
Chair Stringer?
Yes.
And circling back to you, Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Well, I was gonna suggest, I'm hoping that the chair and maybe other commissioners are tracking this, so as we move through this cumbersome process, we don't duplicate some of them.
But I'm trying to make sure I'm doing, so bear with me for just 1 second, because I think part of that tracking incorporates the segment you were referencing.
Chair, can we read back that last motion so that we can kind of check them out?
Yes. I was reading straight from the hearing officer's report, so I don't think we need the transcripts, but to just restate the segments that were included in that motion that passed were segments 103, 112, 116, 204, 206, and 207. those were the segments included.
Yeah, we were going to handle that separately. And so he said,
I probably could have lumped that now in hindsight, but we'll go ahead and consider it as a separate item to, I'll go ahead and move actually to adopt the proposed amendments to section 231 to remove non-parental reaches as proposed by NMED. Sorry, to create a new section 231 as proposed by NMED.
second,
Thank you. No further discussion. Shall we have a roll call vote?
Okay. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
yes,
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil, Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now we're moving on to proposed amendments in sections 20.6.4.101 through 899 that deal specifically with amendments to selected sections of non-perennial reaches. The department proposes to amend the language to remove the non-perennial reaches of tributaries from the list of classified perennial sections for the listed segments. And when we get to the motion, I can list out the segments that we'll be considering, but first I'll open it up for discussion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry to ask your question, but was there any opposition to this?
Madam Chair, I'm in favor.
Please proceed with the problem.
And add to this. Landlord does not oppose these proposed amendments. But they if you read at the top of the page 95 of the hearing officer's reports were unbelievable. But they did have concerns about two existing use analysis demonstration documents. I think Lionel's concerns revolve more around having a procedure for conducting EUAs. And if you look at the latter part of paragraph 2 on page 95, it indicates Lionel requests a commission formally adopt procedures and the standards for water quality management plan for determining existing use and requests. So that was really Lionel's beef with the issue. It's not as much the proposed amendments, but the process that was used to get to the amendments. Madam Chair, so I kind of take what you see from Lionel.
Yes, Commissioner Dominguez, I agree with your assessment. However, I disagree with their position in that existing uses, kind of the window for opportunity for that process, it was an existing use on or after a certain date in 1975. Presumed despicable and swimmable uses, essentially until proven otherwise. Simplification. And therefore, they're applying the uses based on the type of waters. And so I don't think it's necessary to have a process to determine existing uses. And I support the proposed changes to better reflect the further discussion.
Madam Chair, I see that Amigos Bravos thought that should have used, or the department should have used an obtainability analysis. They're alleging it didn't happen.
I think if you look at paragraph 5, during cross-examination of that witness, there may have not been clarity that maybe those brothers witness with the national drug data set that the environment department was. So some of that may have been addressed once that subject was broached.
For my comment, if I need to. So I'm going to move that we move to accept NMED's proposal to amend the language in sections 103, 108, 112, 115, 116, 204, 206, 207, 208, 209, 215, 220, 307, 309 to remove the perennial leaches and tributaries from the list of classified perennial sections as proposed by the department.
Madam Chair, I second that motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez for your comment.
Yes, I was looking at the hearing officer's report on page, bottom of page 94. In the list that's there.
Oh, yes, that's what you're saying.
And I'm trying to reconcile that with the ones that you read.
It includes the other segments that didn't specifically speak to. Let me back up. The hearing officer's report is more comprehensive, so I should have chosen my list from the bottom of page 94. So I revised my motion to accept the department's proposed revisions to the following segments only. To segment 108, 115, 206, 208, 209, 215, 220, 307, and 309 that speak to this particular issue.
And I will second that.
Thank you. No further discussion. Pam, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surgeon,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Next section addresses revisions to 20.6.4.105 and 106 classified waters of the Rio Grande. The department's proposal clarifies that effluent requirements referenced in 2010.6.2.2102 apply if the conditions in 20.6.2.2100 in that are met. This provides clarification of the criteria in 20.6.2.2102 in MAC may apply to certain discharges in the Rio Grande, but does not change the meaning of the sentence.
Madam Chair, what was the reference again on that one, please? Last reference you read, 20.6.4.1.
This is mixing groundwater and surface water. So are you looking for the section in the surface water regs that we're speaking about, or the reference to groundwater? It is 20.6.4.105 and 106. I'm at the bottom of page 97 in the Housekeeping report.
Great, thank you.
And Madam Chair, we may have to come back to 104. No, sorry. Page gone too long. Stuff's right next to the other. Sorry. Strike that.
Thank you. It's confusing. So my note, oh, sorry, Commissioner Dominguez, go ahead.
It makes sense. I don't know the things have been added to B3. And as the chair had pointed out, we're mixing surface water and groundwater stuff together here. So by adding B3, the effluent requirements referenced in 20.6.2.2102 apply if applicable conditions in 20.6.2.2100 in MAC are met. what is referenced there are effluent limits. They discharge, so they apply to a point source. Which takes me to an issue I see with this is surface water quality standard criteria apply to a stream segment, not a point source. But by listing E3, by listing number 3 under B, which is criteria, you've now created a new criteria for that stream segment, although it only applies to a point source discharge. So I guess where I'll just wrap it up is I think they were attempting to clarify stuff for these two stream segments. But from my perspective, if you're looking at it from the groundwater rules and the surface water, it seems to confuse the issue more than clarifying the issue. Because now we're applying something that's a point source in its entire stream cycle. And that my discussion there maybe is clear as mud, but that's the best I could do.
May I offer some clarification? This one I remember took me a long time to figure out. And this standard would only apply when the NPDS discharge is, let's see, let me read it. So this is the applicability. The requirements of section 20.6.2.2101 and 2102, so the groundwater standards, shall not apply to any discharge which is subject to a permit under the NIFD system, provided that any discharger who is given written notice of a violation, a permit violation from the EPA administrator, and who has not corrected the violation within 30 days of receipt of said notice, shall be subject to these standards. So as I finally figured this one out, this is meant to be protected when a discharger is blatantly out of compliance and not doing anything to correct their violation with their permit discharge. So
Madam Chair, where are you reading that from?
Trying to remember where I pulled this from. I think it's in the groundwater standards where I pulled the applicability statement in my notes from, but I should have had better notes for that. But we can confirm that.
It should be standalone though, you know, what we're doing, or want a reference to it. But should we reword it then, so that that's clear?
Once I figured out that it was only those specific conditions,
Yes,
the statement became much more clear to me. So effluent requirements referenced in that applicability, or in the groundwater standard, sorry, apply if the applicability conditions are met, and the applicability conditions being that they're in violation of the NIFD's permit and not doing anything to correct it. It was very confusing.
yeah, it is. I hate to leave it that way.
I think part of that applicability is section 2100, 20.6.
That's where I got it.
Can we put in a reference? Would that be appropriate?
If-
I don't want to leave it like it is.
So I think it is. If the reference is in there, you just have to
Go look
read
at the reference.
that section, I think is the connection that I made. I'll confirm that for you here, in just one moment.
To go back. To help and confuse me. If that discharger is still not compliant after 30 days. He's not in compliance with his point source discharge permit. But are we then saying that that then applies to the entire stream segment that we're talking about here? 105 and 106.
Yes.
So does that non-compliance applies to the entire stream segment?
The standard then applies to the stream segment. Make sure I'm right with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how virgin groundwater and surface water makes it difficult when you're dealing with a point source versus a standard for several miles of the stream. So, yeah.
I thought the chair was reading from something she had found, not this exact reference. Now that I know it's one and the same, I'm a lot more comfortable.
Make sure sorry, Madam Chair, just to clarify. So if this is added, it's now saying that now applicability is if you're out of compliance, now you have to follow section 20.6.2.2101 and 20.6.2.2102, which I think is also if you're out of compliance with surface water or groundwater. So it just opens up a huge new section of compliance.
Let me try to clarify. I think the point that you're getting to is that for this segment, the effluent requirements referenced in the groundwater quality standards 2102.
Yeah, so everything that's required in 2102 would be in become required for the entire stream segment if there's non-compliance. That's the way you read it, function.
That is how I'm reading it.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I agree with your interpretation of 20.6.2.2100 and 2102. My question is, do we really need this in 20.6.4? I don't see that it adds any additional protection, although it does refer to the other regulations.
Commissioner Thompson, in reading the department's or the hearing officer's statement here, the purpose of this proposed amendment is to provide clarification that the criteria in the groundwater standards may apply. Here's the kicker. I think I was incorrect earlier. May apply to certain discharges in the Rio Grande Basin. And so it's not applying it to the segment, as I said, it's applying to the discharges in the Rio Grande Basin for that segment. Does that make sense? So
But those are already captured under 20.6.2. Are they not?
I think that condition when the permit limits in the approved permit may not match these groundwater standards, and when they're in violation, they then are required to meet these effluent limits.
But the way that I'm reading it, and I understand what you said, that it applies to those dischargers. But when you read the front end of the language, new language in 3, effluent requirements referenced in. And read the entire sentence apply if I'm still not seeing where it only applies to the dischargers and not the streams.
I think the statement in the revision effluent requirements, so it's the criteria would apply as stated to the effluent requirement. I'm confusing myself at this point.
Okay, and so the effluent requirements in 2102, they're spelled out what those requirements are.
Yes.
By placing number 3 underneath B, that becomes a criteria for the entire stream segment. Because now we've labeled it as a criteria. So what used to be strictly under 2102 for the point source discharge now becomes a criteria, the same as number 1 and 2 under criteria. It is a new criteria for the entire stream segment, and I think that's where my concern lies, is we're applying a groundwater discharge requirement to a surface water stream segment. And it may be that I understand what they're trying to get to. I'm not for sure if this is the best approach to get from point A to point B. And I do not have a suggestion of how to fix it.
I have a suggestion on how to fix it, if I may. Sure. Comments. I think if you change 3 to C, section C, for those segments, it disconnects it from being a criteria for that segment as listed, and just is essentially a remark, similar to how they used section C for other remarks, for example, in section 112. And that would eliminate the confusion of it being a criteria to the stream segment versus a condition for the Rio Grande Basin segment as described.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
The more I look at this, the less I understand it. I agree with your interpretation that it appears to be I'm looking at the 20.6.2.2100. It appears to be an effluent standard for discharges that are not in compliance with their NPDES permit, which is fine. But why is this only applicable in the regions, the straight reaches of the Rio Grande in Sierra and Socorro County? That is puzzling. And then second, I just don't, the whole thing is weird. And I would argue that we not approve 20.6.4. I'm sorry, it's rolled off my screen, that we not approve this suggested language by the NMED, and that we ask the NMED staff to go back and look at both 20.6.2.2100 and figure out if that really accomplishes a useful goal. And then 3 years from now, we go back and revisit this whole issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Is that a formal motion?
Not yet.
Just checking. Commissioner Sargent.
I generally agree with Commissioner Thompson. It's the department's statement that the purpose of this proposed amendment is to provide clarification. It does not provide any semblance of clarification in my mind. And if we can't understand it, I'm sure others will struggle with it as well. My further proposal to the Environment Department would be to, instead of just referencing the groundwater rules, that they develop language that in some better way spells out point by point how these effluent requirements apply to this stream segment. Again, it's not fitting.
Thank you, Commissioner Sargent. Commissioner Dominguez, do you have additional comments?
No, but I think we keep this first. I would make a motion.
I'm sorry, a motion to not accept it.
I would make a motion to not accept the proposed amendments to 20.6.4, 105, and 106.
To add just another statement to the record, I do believe that my suggested proposal to make it a letter C under the segment would clarify how it is applied. However, that is making an assumption about the meaning and intent. And I'm not completely comfortable assuming that I've tried to, use the record to support the statement. I remember it was a struggle to go through this, so I agree that it doesn't bring about clarity as proposed. I'll leave that comment there. We have the motion on the table to not accept. Madam Chair. You can pick your.
I heard Commissioner McWilliams first, so I will take her second.
Further discussion, we'll do a roll call vote.
Very good. Commissioner Candelaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Surton,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Yes.
Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher, Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Madam Chair, just to follow up your proposal concept, I think that does kind of separate criteria from an actual discharge. But then I'm still pondering that all we're doing, seem to be doing, is restating the groundwater regulation within the surface water regulation, and I'm not for sure what that accomplishes, because the compliance still has to be, they still have to comply with the ground. So maybe the Environment Department can recraft this. And I'm sure that all of the Environment Department people that are watching virtually are screaming at me, but maybe they can recraft this and we'll take a look at it again in 3 years. Because I won't be here.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Madam Chair, quick. Hold that thought for just one moment. I wanted to just add one more comment to the discussion on this, to say that I would hope our EPA partners would pursue aggressive enforcement for permittees who are not in compliance with the discharge requirement. There,
Yes, because ultimately, if part of the issue is you're creating an issue for a stream segment based off of the point source discharger, then the issue needs to be addressed with the point source discharger, which may or may not be the case here, but there has to be a foundation for what's important.
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if it might be possible to consider, given that we have moved quickly through many items today, and many commission members traveled from outside of Santa Fe, and that consider potentially wrapping an hour early, so wrapping around 5 p.m. today, as opposed to the 6 p.m. end time.
so before I open it up for discussion, I want to just double check with Council Sanchez that because we posted it as lasting until 6, I know it's not an open meeting, so we don't have to concern about the public not having an opportunity to speak, but I just want to make sure procedurally it would be okay if we change the time, which I think it would be. Council Sanchez, can you weigh in on this, please?
Chair Stringer, you can certainly recess early today if the notice indicates that the commission will continue for the next day or the couple of days if it deems necessary to conclude its business.
Thank you, Council Sanchez. And with that, I open this up for discussion. If anyone objects or has a different proposal for what time we have today. And seems like ending at 5 would be very nice for those who had a long day.
And Chair, based off of some prior triennials, we're much further along than I thought we would even be close to being at this point in time today. And so I think there's merit to that. I think we've made good progress. There's still some dicey things ahead, but I think we made good progress. I do not believe ending an hour early will be an issue because that would be no different than if we wrap up tomorrow and don't have to meet on Thursday, it would be the same situation. So I don't think we all want to sit here all day Thursday instead of on another just because. Get Jim to say.
I figured we could end if we finished early, but I just wasn't sure. But thank you for your comment. Commissioner Sarton?
Madam Chair, for the record, I'd like to remind everyone that it's Fat Tuesday. Tomorrow's Ash Wednesday, so if we take off early today, we can still watch the Rex Parade on YouTube, and we can do our penance tomorrow.
Commissioner Sarton is someone who grew up in New Orleans and actually fled Mardi Gras week. The city because it's too crazy. Thank you for your comment. Any other discussion on wrapping this up at 5 o'clock today?
I heard Commissioner Dominguez promise that we'll be done by tomorrow, so.
But I've asked the court before.
Okay, well, it sounds like we've got consensus that it's perfectly appropriate and accepted by the commissioners to try to wrap up at about 5 o'clock today. So we'll proceed and we'll kind of judge our time and what topics that we're on. Any other procedural, actually, we want to take, or just keep on going till 5 at this point, no breaks. Okay, so we'll keep on going. Now I'm gonna figure out where we were. Figure out where. Hearing officers, so on page 100, the hearing officer has a title, but it seems to be just referencing what we just covered. If I am misinterpreting that and there is something that we need to consider, let me know, but I don't think there is.
We have to make a separate motion for 106. Were we talking about 105 and
106.
and 106? Was that included in your motion? Yes, sir.
I don't see anything to act on there either.
Thank you. Hopefully, we didn't miss anything there. Okay, so moving on to the next heading. So by my take, we're at page 104 of the hearing officer's attachment A and discussing now section 20.6.4.126, 128, and 140, which is perennial, ephemeral, and intermittent specified intermittent waters within the land. I open the floor for deliberations. So just to facilitate discussion here, the department is proposing to create a new section, section 140, that breaks out certain intermittent waters within Llano and amends section, it proposes to break out certain intermittent waters within Llano from segment 128 and amending 128 accordingly. And then I will also point out that Llano has a different proposed amendment on the table as well. At the top of page 107 of the hearing officer's report.
And Madam Chair, Landell also has proposed language for 128 at the top of page 109. So Landell has proposed changes to 126 and 128. Environment Department did not have changes to 126, but had changes to 128 as well as the new 140.
Repeat the changes, Commissioner Dominguez, at the top of, did you say page 109 for the revisions to segment 128? That's a different issue according to the hearing officer's report. It's federal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I was quite impressed with the database that Lionel presented regarding the extent of the perennial reaches for the streams referenced in this section. And based on that, they have stream gauges with quite a relatively extensive period of record. And based on that, I would support their proposed amendments 20.6.4.126. I think that was pretty persuasive, and I think that their amendments to the delineation of the particular reaches is persuasive.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson.
And one last thing, that is not yet a motion.
Understood. Further discussion?
Madam Chair, I would agree. I was impressed by the presentation as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Slifer.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Hearing no further discussion, I would propose accepting the language suggested by Los Alamos on the top of page, I believe that's top of page 107, referring to 20.6.4.126 in the Rio Grande Basin.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson.
Second that.
We have a second. Further discussion? Roll call vote. Please stand.
Of course. Commissioner Candelaria. Commissioner Surton.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams.
Yes.
Commissioner Rader. Commissioner Seifer.
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
Chair Stringer.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. Madam Chair, the motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 in the affirmative, 1, 2, 3 in the negative.
Thank you. Moving on now to revisions to 20.6.4.128, the Rio Grande Basin ephemeral and intermittent waters within lands managed by LAMO. This is this is based on an immediate change. Yes, sorry. My God. So I open for deliberation and discussion on section 20.6.4.128.
Madam Chair, it looks like Landall, largely, accepted their definition, but just wanted to change. I'm looking at the bottom of 108. Landall generally supported an immediate proposal amendment to section 128, but further recommended that the words specifically be deleted from the language to be consistent with Landall's proposed language for section 126. So since we approved the language in 126, it might be something to consider for 128.
Thank you. Very good point, Commissioner. Further discussion? Motion?
Madam Chair, just on the point about Landell's proposed deletion of the word specific. I think I'm probably good with it either way. I don't know what, when you read the sentence with and without it, I don't know that it really adds or takes away. That it really adds anything by having the word specifically in there. It still states not identified in 26.4. Whether it's not specifically identified or not identified, it has the same end result. I don't see a real issue with incorporating their change within changes proposed by environmental department.
Madam Chair, just to add to that, there is some proposed language at the bottom of the that I've already spoken to as far as hearing examiner's report. So I think it'd be easier to incorporate Randall's proposal into the proposed language by the environment. Randall that did not include that. I think that it would be accepting the environment department's proposal and striking the words specifically. There's some editorial changes. Lana wants to capitalize Department of Energy.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. See if I capture this right, to accept NMED's proposal and incorporate Lionel's proposed changes to address capitalizing Department of Energy and removing the word specifically.
That is correct.
Second.
Further discussion? May we have a roll call vote, please, Pam?
Yes. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote? Commissioner Certain,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams, Commissioner Rader, Commissioner Cipher,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade,
Yes.
and Chair Stringer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to section 20.6.4.140, perennial, ephemeral, and intermittent and specified intermittent waters within LANL. This is page 111 of the hearing officer's attachment A report. NMED proposes to create new classified standard section and to reclassify how the following intermittent waters within LANL under the new section 140. Not sure I just said a complete sentence, so let me start. I was reading straight from the hearing officer's report. So I'll try it again. NMED proposes to create a new classified standard section 20.6.4.140, also known as section 140, and to reclassify the following intermittent waters within LANL under the new section 140. Segments are the intermittent waters are effluent canyon from Morton Dodge Canyon to its headwaters, site canyon from alluvial monitoring well, MSC 16-06293 to Martin Spring, and 2 Mile Canyon from its confluence with Colorado Canyon to Upper 2 Mile Canyon. All three of these reaches currently classified under section 128. Goes on to and I will note that LANL generally supported the proposed reclassification. However, they did propose their own amendments. Any comments, discussion, or motion? So essentially, LANL is generally supported it with a minor exception. They recommended that the commission not reclassify one particular segment, effluent canyon, within section 140 until new data can be collected and analyzed. And then second, they propose that the portion of 2 Mile Canyon to be included in 140 should terminate at stream gauge E244 rather than the confluence of 2 Mile Canyon and Colorado Canyon. So just minor tweaks to NMED's proposal.
Madam Chair, Environment Department did their existing use analysis for those surveys. So I'm assuming that the department feels like there is enough data within that to support their proposal. So I tend to lean based on the fact that there were some EUA completed for those segments that we based it on that data. If within the next 3 years, land will comes up with additional data to show otherwise, then those minor modifications that were proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. And I would also note that the existing use doesn't have to be attainable, and therefore, I think for further analysis to support Lano's claim would be required, given what you just said, that NMED perform the existing use analysis. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to accept NMED's proposal for the new section 140.
Second.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the second was, thank you, okay.
Further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote.
Okay,
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Yeah, I support your motion. However, I do believe that Lano provided pretty persuasive evidence that the stream is not perennial below the stream gauge. And so I would suggest, I would make a friendly motion that reach of the stream be terminated at gauge E244.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. I'm just trying to figure out how to rephrase my motion with your friendly amendment. So I respectfully reject the friendly amendment, and I'm not sure how to do this procedurally, Pam, but I want to stick with my original motion to adopt as NMED proposed without the adjustment to the segment.
and you already have a second on that. Yeah.
So we can take a roll call vote on my original motion as proposed.
Okay, okay. Commissioner Candelaria, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Commissioner Surton?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Yeah.
Commissioner Rader?
Yeah.
Commissioner Cipher? Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wade?
Yes.
And Chair Stringer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Moving on. Pecos River amendments. So on the bottom of page 114, 20.6.4.204, 206, and 207. The hearing officer references us to see the proposed reasons, objections, and citations above in sections 20.4.101 through 899. So this is similar to the basis that we've already discussed. But I'll keep it open for discussion, further discussion.
Chair, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I propose that we accept the NMED's language for stream segment 20.6.4.206 in the Pecos River Basin.
Thank you. I will second that motion.
Point of order. When we were looking at the earlier sections, we approved the given sections 204, 206, 207, 208, and 209. So we didn't specify any certain part of those when we made that motion. Do we need to do another motion? Because I don't remember the motion being that we just adopted a part of them.
That's true. Yes.
I think it's a done deal.
I think you're right. So it's amazing at the end of the day how much you can mix up your different motions. So I had a motion on the table. No, Commissioner.
No. Yeah, you were the second.
Second. And how do we deal with this? We've already addressed this in the previous action. And therefore, I guess I'll retract my second of the motion due to no need to, because we've already addressed this matter. Commissioner Thompson, if you want
I
to.
agree. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Withdraw. I'll do it. I think. Just want to reconcile the list in the second piece, or have you already done that, Commissioner Jenkins?
I wish I was on top of it. I'm going the opposite direction.
Okay.
I'm going to make another suggestion at this point in time. This takes me in regular, good section. I'm wondering, considering all the moving parts we had going through these sections, if this would actually be a good time to recess. And between today and tomorrow, we can reconcile all this to make sure we haven't missed something or what we have left. The way these got done during the hearing, it made it a little complicated to go through these. Maybe some time spent reconciling would offset the additional 20 minutes. Okay. But that's just a suggestion.
When I was trying to figure out how to lead the discussion through these segments, I assumed that it will probably be on the second day and that I would figure out how the first day was going in order to help me understand how we can go through. So I think your suggestion is a good one, Commissioner Dominguez, but certainly we can have anyone else weigh in on this.
I agree with the suggestion.
Okay. See nodding heads, general concurrence. It has been a long day. We've made a ton of progress, so I appreciate everyone going through this as diligently as we have. And we will recess for the remainder of the day. We will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow. There's an opportunity to take care of their business in the morning, and we'll have this reconciled by that. So thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Thank you all, commissioners. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9, and the meeting is recessed.
I will. But I didn't